Call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees for Tuesday, May 26th, 2020. And leading our Pledge of Allegiance, or reciting our Pledge of Allegiance this evening, is Neil. So, Neil, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm going to try to stand up. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Neil. Phyllis, could we have the roll call, please?
Sure. Mayor Clint Folsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Trustee Sandy Hammerly.
Here.
Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin.
Here.
Neil Shaw.
Here.
Laura Skwazinski.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Dan Harvey.
Here.
Town Clerk Phyllis Sargent here. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just a quick note, Bill, if you don't mind turning your audio off until we get to that, until we get to your agenda item, I think that would be appropriate. Thanks. All right, next is the approval of the agenda. And it was just brought to our attention that item 3C, we don't have the lease or some sublease documents. It might be advisable to pull that item until the next meeting. Okay.
Mayor, I can kind of quickly speak on that. It's not yet finished yet. However, you can approve it, and the resolution actually has language that allows approval subject to the town attorney's review. So you can certainly approve it tonight if that's what you would like to do, and then we'll kind of continue the negotiations and finish it up.
Okay, my sense is there will be considerable amount of discussion on it, and I think it would be advisable to have all pieces before we were to go down a path of approving something. So unless others object, I'm going to recommend pulling that item and carrying that forward to the next meeting. Are there other changes that board members would like to make to the agenda?
One suggestion though on 3C, we could in theory have a discussion and then make a decision about just kind of the general concept about that lease and the assignment of that lease, not necessarily being something that we want to go down the path of approving, in which case then having the discussion, notwithstanding the fact that we don't actually have the document before us, to give staff direction to then, go down a different path might be advisable. So I guess my recommendation would be to just pull it off the consent agenda, maybe have a quick discussion about it to see kind of where the board is. And then if we need to table it, we could table it at that point.
Okay, my recommendation would be tying that into our item number 5, either before or after, if the board's okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I initially suggested that we move 3C and 3D to after item 5. And I think we should keep, as Mark alluded to, keep the conversation around 3C, because I think it's not just about this specific lease. I think it's about town staff location, or where we're going to put folks before and after the construction of 1500 Colton.
Okay. All right, let's pull 3C and have a discussion during item 5. Also had a request to move item 8 to after the consent agenda. So we'll make that other change. Neil, do you want to pull 3D?
Yeah,
Neil,
so 3C and 3D, and then I guess 8, right? And
Yes.
Just to be clear, with 3D, I want the conversation about 3D to come in after item 5.
Okay. Okay, we'll do, so the changes to the agenda are pull items 3C and 3D, move those to the item number 5 discussion. Also pull item 8 and advance that right after the consent agenda before item 4.
But wait, there's
Yeah.
more.
Okay.
I'm having audio problems. You guys can hear me okay though, right?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to take out my headphones in a minute, try to fix it. I want to make sure we are going to read the proclamation on 3E. That would be
Yes,
read,
Ken's
correct?
going to do that.
Great, thank you. And I suggest that we move item 4 to be last.
Okay, so after, well, last, after 7.
Right, the numbering's been a little screwed up, so I said last. Not screwed up, but changed. So item 4 will be last.
Okay. I guess my only issue with that, we've got people kind of on that we're kind of counting on a certain time frame, and now this, that may be 11 o'clock instead of 6:30. So
I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure that we're going to be able to finish tonight by 11 o'clock. And so while I appreciate people's time, we've got a lot of decisions to make. And so that's my suggestion, to make that last. So
I would support that suggestion. If we just swap items 4 and 8, that keeps it very clean and I think puts things in a good order.
Okay, with that, I'll take or entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion
Seconded.
by trustee Kimberly, second by trustee Skrzynski. Phyllis, roll call vote, please.
Wasn't ready for that. Folsom,
Yes.
Emmerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan, Ryan,
I think he's trying to fix his headphones.
So I'm going to give me a minute.
Kevin, say yes.
Yes.
Shaw,
No.
Skwadzinski.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Motion passes, and we're on to the reports, questions, and reports, issues, and questions section. Issue, I'd like to start.
Issues and questions section.
How about we go with Sandy?
Of course you would go with me first. I have a real quick report. I attended the DRCOG meeting last Wednesday, and the main thing that I wanted to report is the Vision Zero document that DRCOG had adopted earlier. I think most of you were aware of it, but it was basically to reduce the number of traffic accidents in the Denver metropolitan area. And the action plan for that, as drafted originally by DRCOG, had a goal of reducing the number of traffic deaths to less than 100 by 2040. And most of us on the discussion sort of started from some public comment, but then it was very strongly supported by everyone in Boulder County. And we have actually amended the document, and Vision Zero, even though it's going to be an incredible stretch, is that our goal is 0 traffic accidents. We can't change the date without going back to the strategic plan for DRCOG, but ultimately our goal is that the goal will be 0 traffic fatalities, probably by either the year 2035 or 2040. Very aggressive goal, but DRCOG is very serious about reducing the number of traffic fatalities on our roads, and we believe strongly that 0 should be our goal. The other thing that I wanted to report on, even though I was not able to attend the last OSAC meeting, OSAC would like to move forward with starting the naming process for the CenturyLink acquisition. And they just wanted to make sure that, you know, it was cool with the board. They know they can't do anything until we've completely closed on the deal, but they wanted to make sure that they heard from the board that it was okay that they go ahead and start moving forward with that process. If, you know, if anybody has any objections otherwise, I think they could go ahead.
I think in concept, it's fine for them to start that process, but there was some discussion about including CenturyLink, the name CenturyLink as part of it, and probably should circle back to staff on, and maybe even the our partners that helped with the acquisition, just to kind of make sure everybody's on the same page there before we get too far down that path.
Okay, well, I had asked Matt about it, whether they could move ahead, and he did not remind me about the CenturyLink needing to be in the name, so I will make sure that they are aware of that.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I don't remember CenturyLink needing to be in the name either, so I don't think it's in the agreement.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was at least discussed. I don't, that's fine.
I mean, if you think that does need to be
If
in
it's-
there,
if it's
you
not-
consider that.
Okay. I think there was just discussion of acknowledgement of them. I don't, if we don't have it in any kind of agreements, then it's not necessary to be in the name, but maybe we do a plaque or something like that at the site or something. Okay, anything further, Sandy?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Ken, go ahead.
So I attended a ACES meeting on May 14th. I was only able to attend briefly. During that time, I helped answer questions related to the board's discussion during the retreat, related to the sustainability goals that were proposed for making the town fully dependent on renewable energy by a date certain. They brought up the idea of also trying to partner with Excel and using Excel's resources and potentially purchasing Excel renewable energy rather than having to develop our own resources. So just something that they're also keying in on, and I'm sure we'll be happy to weigh in on and help out with. I left that meeting early so I could attend the Rock Creek HOA board meeting and listen in on the fence color discussion. Beyond that, and Kevin, feel free to add, but Trustee Ryan and I earlier this evening, along with Matt and Martin, attended a Rocky Mountain Fire subgroup meeting. At a high level, we discussed the merger between Rocky Mountain and Mountain View fire districts. The IGA, as we all are aware, was signed about a month ago. The two departments are in the process of starting to do operational syncing to merge the actual operations of the two departments. The plan right now is that as of January 1st, there will be a single merged fire department. So that is their end date for the process. The mill reduction will apply for the tax year 2021 because property taxes are 1 year in arrears. That will show up in the 2022 tax bills. The name of the merged fire department will be Mountain View. This was in an effort to keep merger costs down, so we wouldn't have to replace all banners, logos, etc. Rocky Mountains Fire is planning on conducting at least 2 outreach meetings to each of its impacted municipalities. Those will be virtual and will likely be announced within the next couple of weeks. One of the important pieces in the IGA is that service levels will need to continue to meet what is currently being offered or will be better. So that is intended to help ensure that we don't see a drop in the service level that we're currently experiencing. And the hope is that the merged department's ISO rating will go from a 3 down to a 2. And what that means for people is that it will be a decrease to their insurance levels. And then finally, something that was discussed is that there will be a letter that will be forthcoming that Matt will have to review and sign that will essentially state that we understand and believe there will be no material modification to the service levels. It's not necessarily an opportunity or for us to bless the merger, but it's an opportunity for us to raise any concerns if there are any. And then finally, there was discussion of trying to set up a presentation for the entire board with Rocky Mountain and Mountain View together, coming and speaking to everybody that Matt's going to help coordinate. And that's all I've got.
All right, thanks, Ken. Who'd like to go next?
I don't have any announcements. I think Ken covered the overview of the meeting of Rocky Mountain Fire well, and really want to thank them for the good work they've done. For a long time, we've asked them to help diversify some of the financial burden on the community, and they've answered that call, and I appreciate it, and appreciate their participation in the committee.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Neil?
Thanks. Just a quick update. On May 20th, attended the monthly ProStack meeting where they worked to finalize the amenities list and the trail ranking, and a couple of requests from ProStack to staff, mainly as we finalize the bikeway from US 36 through Autry Park to Flatiron Station, and to please preserve a crusher fine trail through Autry. ProStack as a group is working to try to identify some areas that we can add more crusher fines. And this is one that's already heavily used, so that ProStack's perspective is that we don't want to lose that in terms of trying to create a concrete path to Flatiron Station. So if it's to augment the existing crusher fine with the bikeway or just add a new crusher fine, leave that to staff. And then also with the work being done in Autry around the pickleball courts, ProStack's question is to whether or not the concrete walkway between the bridge, the current bridge, and the skate park could be added somewhere in the scope of work of everything that's getting done. I know that the concrete path from the other side, from the Bell Flatirons to the skate park, was added last year. So their question ultimately to staff and to the board is if the other side from the bridge to the skate park could be added. Other than that, that's all I have.
All right, thanks. Why don't we go with Laura and then Mark?
I have nothing to report.
Thanks. Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I attended the Rock Creek HOA meeting that Ken alluded to earlier. Laura was there as well, where there was a discussion on the fence color. I'll save those comments for the discussion for the agenda item later tonight, but it was an interesting discussion. I just have one request for either Matt or for Alex. During the pendency of the 88th Street construction project, if you could, at each board meeting starting tonight, give a status update on the progress of construction, if we're on track, if there are any delays or substantial modifications to the project that we should be aware of. I was riding my bike on the west side of the road today and noticed that there's a big section of sidewalk that has been removed that is really dangerous if you're not expecting it. And given that we have an understanding that the pedestrian access and bicyclist access is going to be maintained throughout the pendency of the project, that certainly surprised me. I'm sure there was a reason for it, but there weren't any cones up or anything like that. So it really caught me by surprise. So Matt or Alex, if you could just at the end of the report section, just give an update on how 88th is coming.
Okay, thanks, Mark. My announcements are the State of Superior 2020 was completed last week and posted on the town's website and my mayor Facebook page. Thanks again to staff for helping to pull all the pieces together for that, for those materials. And the pool update, many residents are anxious to hear any updates on pools, and my understanding is as of now, the state is recommending that they still stay closed, and they're continuing to evaluate that, and will issue revised guidance if and when they determine that they are good to open, and ask Matt to provide any additional, if he has any additional on pools. And that is all I have, so I'll turn it over to Matt.
Thank you. Initial question for the board is how you want to handle your June meetings. Do you want to, the county has extended the face covering order to June 30th. So the question is, do you want to continue with virtual meetings for the month of June, or do you want to try some modified in-person meeting?
I would very much like to continue with virtual meetings.
I agree.
Yeah, I think the guidance is to generally keep groups to 10 or fewer, and I don't know how we can really do that.
Yeah, I mean, some cities have started doing it. You know, Fort Collins, for instance, did it last week, and it was the council chambers were roped off. Nobody could sit in there. If they wanted to provide public comment, they had to wait outside, and then when it was their turn to come in, they came up to the podium and gave their public comment. It seemed inconvenient for the residents because they had to come down to City Hall and wait outside. So it seems like a virtual meeting is more convenient for residents, at least, that want to provide public comment. But I thought I would check in with you to see what your thoughts were for the month of June.
Okay, I think we just continue with virtual and continue to reevaluate it.
Okay. So each week in my report, I'll have an update. 88th Street project will be in there. They started grading work, installing the water lines last week. There's been some delays because of Zayo's fiber line that's in there. They had to move that. Comcast had a cable line that needed to be moved, but we were able to get the contractor to begin other work to keep us on schedule. Those guys should be out of the way here. I think maybe this week. Alex can chime in as well.
Yeah, Matt, I think in fact the missing sidewalk was probably due to Comcast working and doing their splicing and putting their footholds in near the sidewalk. So we apologize for that. I wasn't on site, and Rick Davis, our inspector, was off today. So I wasn't notified. I didn't get out there. But we'll make sure that that sidewalk is back open tomorrow.
And then we, in our meeting today, we talked to the fire district about the alternative route for them to get to the hospital, which is going down South Coal Creek through the Lanterns project and using that emergency access to get over to 88th Street Bridge and then over to the hospital. I mentioned in our meeting earlier with them that I followed one of the ambulances who was traveling that route to get to the hospital, and seemed to work very well for them. So I think that they seem happy with that route to get to the hospital, and we'll modify it if we need to, if we hear from them that, you know, things change. But right now it seems to be a good alternative route for the emergency services to get over to the hospital. And then Alex, will they be removing asphalt on 88th Street this week?
That was the plan. The Asphalt Specialties is subcontractor on that, and depending on their schedule, but it looked like they were going to be coming in and milling out the existing asphalt and hauling it off.
Any other questions on that project?
Yeah, my comment is just, let's make sure that we keep the public adequately informed about the progress and any delays in particular.
Right, and at this time we're right on schedule. We've been able to do other activities while we work around some of these other things. So we're moving forward with the schedule to get things open by early August. So that's still moving forward. No issues that have come up that would prevent that from happening.
And we'll send out information through eBlast and other media. Try to do that weekly if there's significant progress to report to the public so that people are kept aware of what's going on and how it's progressing.
Great, thank you.
That was it for me.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And Dan, any updates from the attorney side?
No updates legal wise.
All right, thanks. And Phyllis, any updates from you?
No.
All right,
Thank you.
Next is public comment, and this is public comment on consent agenda, presentations, which we have none, or non-agenda items. If you have comments on any of our agenda items, ask that you wait until those agenda items are started, and we will be opening public comment for each agenda item. So if there's anyone that would like to make general public comment on consent agenda or non-agenda items, please indicate by using the raise hand signal. And we'll go with Brad Walker first, and then Michael B. second. So Brad Walker, and then Teresa Clark is third. So Brad Walker, go ahead.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, board. My name is Brad Walker. I live in Superior, Colorado. I'm a certificated pilot and fly out of Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. In addition, I am a member of AOPA. I've got several comments tonight. My first comment is about the notice requirements of meetings. I'd like to remind the board and the town manager this board is subject to the Colorado Sunshine Law. I won't quote the details of the law because I'm sure you're well aware of them. But historically, this town has been a model of transparency and properly following the law. So I find it extremely surprising the town held a joint meeting with the city of Louisville and it wasn't properly noticed. It's a clear violation of the law. And when I brought it to the attention of the town manager, Matt Magley, meeting minutes were promptly provided. I find it interesting, a big topic of the meeting was how to deal with airport noise at RMMA. And yet this was the first meeting that hasn't ever been properly noticed. Mr. Lasis, I've talked with you in private and in public about the boundaries of your government responsibility, but it seems as though my comments fall on deaf ears. I don't think this is by accident. In the joint meeting with Louisville, you specifically mentioned there are, quote, no teeth and voluntary compliance recommendations. What you're advocating for here is some type of government oversight coupled with penalties. This town has zero oversight with Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. In addition, some type of penalties that you and Trustee Kevin Ryan have advocated for will never happen. This town has zero government jurisdiction over RMMA, and that will not change. In addition, this summer marks the second year of our airport consultants interacting with RMMA. As a result of all the efforts spent by the board and staff, the only changes that have been implemented are the ones done voluntarily by the pilot community. That speaks volumes. Lastly, if the town is interested in appointing trustees to a joint group with the city of Louisville, I would strongly advocate that Trustee Kevin Ryan and Trustee Mark Lasis not be candidates for this group. Their bias against the airport is profound, and in addition, their advocacy has bordered on illegal behavior. For example, last summer, Rocky Mountain Metro Airport convened a meeting with the FAA. In attendance was the regional administrator for the Northwest Mountain region, David Sumi. Kevin Ryan advocated for enforcement action against flight schools. Mr. Sumi specifically said, quote, "What you are advocating for is illegal, and I will not break the law implementing any such policy." Mr. Ryan's behavior makes the town look like amateurs and not to be taken seriously when it comes to aviation matters. Trustee Neil Shaw was in attendance and can confirm this. I would like to point out there has been zero participation from the FAA since then. That is telling. Trustee Mark Lasis continues to focus attention on the flight schools as if there should be some type of restriction on their lawful behavior. to focus on a particular lawful business would be clearly discriminatory against the flight schools and a clear violation of FAA grant assurances. I could cite other examples of inflammatory language that is counterproductive. If this Board of Trustees decided to appoint 1 or 2 members to a joint study group, I would very strongly encourage this board to not consider Trustee Ryan or Trustee Laces to the study group. Other members of this board have shown to be more fair and balanced in their approach to the airport and the pilot community. Just so you're aware, appointing these 2 individuals to an airport board would send the wrong message to the airport community and pilot community. I really wish that I could have provided these comments in person. I hope that everyone is staying safe and enjoyed the Memorial Day weekend. Respectfully, Brad Walker.
All right, thank you, Brad, for the comments. And Michael B., you're next, followed by Teresa Clark. Go ahead. Michael B., go ahead. Okay, Michael B., we're not hearing you. Looks like your microphone's on, but we're not hearing you. Could we go to Teresa Clark, and we'll give Michael B. a second shot after Teresa Clark.
Hi, this is Teresa Clark. Can you give me a hand wave if you can hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I'm not quite sure where to start with my comments for the evening, so I'll go in a circle and then I'll come home. When the residents of Weldona requested that their street be closed because of the arduous traffic that was cutting through it, you, as a Board of Trustees, complied with that and closed Weldona from the 88th Street connection. You listened to the residents of that local community. When the residents near the Land Rover building protested having a used car dealership right next to their homes, in spite of the fact that they had a license to do that, we as a town, and I include myself in that because I think my tax dollars at least paid, what, $20 towards it. We as a town paid $3.8 million to purchase that property so that there wouldn't be a used car dealership there. When the citizens of Riverbend protested the concept of a park being put in their community, you all listened to them and declined to put a park in that community. When the citizens along the property of the Town 15 put together their questionnaire and spoke to you about it, you all have, frankly, run in fear of putting anything on the Town 15. And I'd like to remind you that what the 2 residents along the Town 15 have put forth is not a survey. It doesn't have any statistical reliability, and therefore it's more like a questionnaire than a survey. If you want to look at a solid survey methodology, then you need to look at the ProStack survey that I think came out in 2014. So it needs to be mailed to every resident so that every resident can participate. Otherwise, it's invalid. It's just a questionnaire. And then when I look at the response that you've given to the Waterford neighborhood, of which I'm the president of the HOA, and to the residents living along Carville and Pitkin, you have, along with your political appointees, with hostile intent, lowered our quality of life and lowered our housing values. Now, this actually segues very nicely into one of the not a presentation in the evening, but the presentation of the agendas or the meeting notes from OSAC and PROSTAC. And I think that you all should watch very carefully both of these meetings, because it is their understanding that they don't need to take into account that 80% of the citizens that live in Waterford and Carville and Pitkin presented you and them with a petition. It wasn't a survey, it was a request for action, a petition to prohibit the trail between Carville and Wiggins. And then you're going to say, well, we need to go through the committee process because that's what we do. And frankly, that's a lie, because you all put a park in the wildlife corridor without so much as the public process for OSAC and PROSTAC. So we know that you can remove the trail at your will between the cul-de-sacs of Carville and Pitkin, or Carville and Wiggins. And we're requesting that you do that. It was 80% of our community right here where this is going to happen that asked you to do that, and we're asking you to do that now. So can you please, as administratively as you put a park in the wildlife corridor, just remove that trail? The reasons that we want the trail removed have been listed in the petition, which you all received months ago, and here it comes back. So I thank you all for supporting us in our established community and not putting a trail between the cul-de-sacs of Wiggins and Carville. And we look forward to hearing from you as quickly as possible that this has just been removed. And on a side note about the airport noise, it is my opinion that you all have not done enough to make it go away. We can't even have conversations in our street because of the noise coming from that. So number one, please remove the trail between Wiggins and Carville. And number two, thank you for getting rid of the airport noise. That's all I've got. I hope you're well and stay safe.
Okay, thank you for the comments. All right, next up is a phone caller with last numbers 8572. Go ahead. Followed by
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, this is Michael B. I couldn't get my computer speaker working, so sorry. So I have two questions, and one of them, I guess I'm on the other side of one of the callers, but if I can maybe give you both of them and then have you comment a little bit. The first one is, I was wondering, I've checked on the town site, and I can't tell if anyone has been sick, with COVID-19 in Superior, or what the statistics are, and if anyone, has hopefully not, but died. And so the idea is basically, I'm in a higher risk group, and I'm just kind of wondering what the risk is of being around Superior. I also run. My second comment, which is really my more important comment, is the airport noise. And I live in South Rock Creek, and I've lived here since 2001, and I know that I've seen the legal documents that were posted where, I know none of this board was probably, in leadership then, but basically where the airport said, don't build in South Rock Creek because it's a safety issue, and I don't remember the legal terms. But anyway, it was built, and I was made aware that there was an airport, and I lived up here before anyway, so I knew. But it was takeoffs and landings and the safety around takeoffs and landings. Over the years, and especially of late, there's 4 flight schools now. And I basically feel like instead of living in a residential community, I'm living in the workplace of the training schools. And the problem is that it used to be a few hours a day, then it was more, then it was at 8 o'clock. And in the last week, it's been 6:30 in the morning. And I sent something to the town, to the airport in their public noise comments, but it was 5:30 in the morning, and there were 4 planes circling over my house. And it's just constant. And, I know that we don't have jurisdiction there, but, it seems like takeoffs and landings have pretty much declined, but the flight schools have gotten worse and worse and worse. So I'm just wondering what we're doing, to come to some compromise. And so those are basically my questions. One is on COVID-19 and the other is on the airport noise, and just kind of an update of our stand as a town and what we're trying to do and what we think is acceptable and not. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Michael, for the comments. Could you give us your last name for the public record, please?
Sure. No problem. It's Michael Bush. It's B-U-S-C-H. I live on Castle Peak Avenue.
Okay, thank you very much. And generally, we don't address questions unless they're quick questions during the public comment segment. I can tell you on your COVID-19 question, Boulder County does provide data by city, and the last I saw, there was 5 cases in Superior. They don't get any more specific than city location. They don't get down to the street level or anything like that. I'm not aware of any deaths of Superior residents, although they don't the county does not disclose that to us. There may be some at the county that know where the deaths are located. I don't. So that's all that I can tell you on that. The county does have pretty good data on their website if you want to look at that. Likewise on the airport noise, we've got extensive information on our town website on that, and that is an ongoing issue as well. So thank you again for the comments, and we'll go on now to Sonia Critton. Sonia Critton, you're up. Just need to unmute.
I'm unmuting myself. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Hey. So I live up the street from Terry, and actually talked to a lot of the folks, and it's actually a lot higher than 80% that oppose this. Some of the people we went around and talked to, or I went around and talked to, said, well, there's this one neighbor who wanted it, and she's a friend of ours, so we did it anyways. And they would not have been impacted by the traffic, the people who were not opposed. But what I wanted to say is we've walked it. And most of us who walk in the mornings walk an hour a day, right? We get in our 10,000 steps. So we're talking about an extra 2 to 3 minutes with an extremely high likelihood of a lawsuit. It doesn't make any sense to keep pursuing this. What you could do, and what I've asked for Matt Magley to do multiple times, is to come over and look at the pond where we call it Sammy's Bench. It's really awesome. It's at the end of our neighborhood, and you could easily connect right there and be off of McCaslin. So it's on the west side near McCaslin. All you have to do is build 50 feet of concrete that goes down and connects, and that solves the whole problem. And it's already an easy path. Then on the other side this morning and other mornings, I've been going down with friends who are at the other side of Carville, and there's already a path there that connects on that side. So when I used to say it was an extra 3 to 4 minutes, we're down to an extra 2 minutes to cause all this strife for a 2-minute break when we actually are going to have 2 connections. What I would really like for you guys to do is have direct Matt Magley or somebody to come up and talk to us right where we call Sammy's Bench by the pond. We can build a path, and then you'll make it from 4 minutes down to 2 minutes of extra time. But if you're walking for an hour every morning, what's the difference? I mean, I think this is a lot of strife for nothing. Do you know what path I'm talking about? It's near McCaslin, but you don't have to. I know people don't want to have their kids go as close. I think Ken mentioned that at one point. They don't want their kids to go as close to McCaslin. It's not necessary. All you need to do is have that path that we already have meander over. I'm guessing it's going to cost you about 20 grand versus probably 10 times that in attorney's fees to try to put it next to Terry's house.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Anyone else? Public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment and move on to the consent agenda. And we've got proclamation on the consent agenda. And Ken, would you mind reading that, please?
Yep. A proclamation for June Pride Month. Whereas during the month of June, residents of Superior are encouraged to join together to celebrate and honor the history, diversity, and the resilience of the LGBTQ communities. And whereas diversity is a community asset that enhances and enriches the lives of all community members. And whereas the fight for dignity and equality for LGBTQ people is reflected in the tireless dedication of advocates and allies who strive to make this a more inclusive society. And whereas, despite staying apart from each other to address the COVID-19 pandemic, we remain in this together as a community, working towards a better future. And whereas Superior honors its commitment to the promotion and protection of the human rights of LGBTQ residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior that the month of June 2020 is recognized as Superior's Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer Pride Month, and urges all residents to respect and honor our diverse community and celebrate and build a culture of inclusiveness and acceptance.
All right, thank you, Ken. And at this time, I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda, which is items A, B, and E. We've pulled C and D to be discussed later in the meeting during item number 5.
So moved.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis.
Second.
I'm sorry, who did the second? Second by Trustee Lish. And roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Lysis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Hammerly,
Yes.
Folsom.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion, or the consent agenda passes unanimously. All right, next we're on to the new item number 4, which is formally item number 8, which is adoption of an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior temporarily waiving the requirement for a banner permit and limitation on banners, waiving building permit fees for temporary outdoor patios and restaurants, and authorizing the town clerk to approve temporary modifications of liquor license premises for temporary outdoor patios for restaurants. And Matt.
Thank you. So I think everybody's aware that the governor has issued a new order allowing restaurants to open up for sit-down dining within their facilities starting tomorrow. They have some guidelines in place, 50% of occupancy or 50 customers, whichever's less, and 8 feet of distance between tables. Employees have to wear gloves and face coverings. Those type of things will be in place for restaurants. The ordinance that the town attorney's office put together fairly quickly for us, which I appreciate, allows our restaurants to go to their landlords and owners of the commercial centers and ask to have expanded outdoor dining patios. Using, for most of these areas, they'll have to use parking area for it. There are some restaurants that have some sidewalk or walkway that they might be able to use, but to get the type of outdoor dining that they're going to want, they're going to need to use parking. I think we are able to accommodate that if we can get consent of the owners and some of the anchors to do that. This ordinance needed to be the first thing to happen. This allows the owners to work with the anchors to get those approvals that are needed and get plans in place so that we can hopefully set up some outdoor dining through. This gives the allowance through October 31st, and we can always extend that if we want to. But this needed to happen first. It's an emergency ordinance, so if it's approved by the board, it'll take effect immediately, and we can start working with the commercial center owners and the restaurant owners to see if we can get something set up for them so that they can have more diners in their restaurants for the season. Dan, do you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, so just the way it would kind of functionally work is if the restaurant was serving alcohol, they would essentially put an application into the town and then concurrently to the state, permitting the modification, and then through the town it'd be approved administratively through the town clerk. Obviously, if there isn't any liquor that's sold at the facility, they would just simply have to get the consent of the owner of the property itself. But essentially, it'd be a written authorization allowing them to do so. But that's the only thing I would kind of add to give a pretty good overview of it.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Anyone have any questions or comments on this item?
So I appreciate that this got brought forward as quickly as it did, and I appreciate the board members who pushed to get this added. The one thing I would say is, Dan, I'd appreciate that as you observe other clients implementing other ordinances and other measures that can help get businesses restarted in a safe manner. If you could send best practices our way, any suggestions, anything we could implement ourselves, that way we can continue to try to get our business community up and running as safely and effectively as possible, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Sure, I'll certainly do that.
All right, Kevin, did you have a comment?
This still is going to need to go to the state, correct? Every application will need to go to the state?
If they're seeking, if they're going to be selling liquor, it will need to kind of go concurrently to the town and also to the state. According to the state, they're trying to process these applications fairly quickly.
Do we have any evidence that, state processing things fairly quickly means different things to different people? Do we have any evidence the state has actually processed these things quickly, and how many are in a backlog? And I think this is great. I want to help our restaurant owners today, not like in a meeting in 2 weeks where we approve something and then it goes to the state 3 weeks after that and it's in line. Like, how do we as leaders in the community help like today? And this is good and it's an ordinance, but when I see stuff has to go to the state, it's like, good grief.
I think the best thing we can do is be in touch with these restaurants and be in direct contact with them and see what they need. I mean, I think the good news is our alcohol serving restaurants, if memory serves correct, they already all have outdoor seating, and we just don't know to the extent that they need more. And I agree, I'd like to help them tomorrow as well, but I'm on these calls with mayors from the metro area, and every single one of them is having this issue. And then I'm on calls, around the state, and this is everyone around the state is wanting the same thing. So they're doing the best they can, but I think we are, there's just some limitations when we're.
I hear you. I just, I think the request from Ken to Dan was good. Whatever we're hearing from other municipalities that we might be able to take advantage of. Then I'm reading about other municipalities that are closing down streets and making them available. We're still playing catch up and changing the code, and we're going to meet with the restaurant owners and try to get a meeting with Safeway that owns the parking lot in the Safeway region. They don't own all the buildings, but they own the parking lot, my understanding. Brixmor, it just feels like these things are going to take time. And I just want to, again, see what we could do in the very near term.
And unfortunately, we don't have any restaurants that have frontage along streets, right? All of them are in, mall type complexes that are, surrounded with private parking lots. So, I think that this is a good idea.
I'm fully supportive of the idea. Just, I'm looking for the idea plus.
I hear you on that.
The idea plus.
It would be one thing if we had a main street that was, populated with bars and restaurants, and we could close Main Street and open it up, but we don't have that yet. So, we can do what we can do.
Yeah, Kevin, I completely agree with you, but I mean, I view it's twofold. One is you get this thing down, but then we've got to go work with the tenant, with the anchors, right? I don't know how fast that piece of it's going to go. I also don't think our restaurants, I don't think this is the highest priority for our restaurants. I mean, the fact that they can open up tomorrow is great, but they've got to go back and rehire their staff. They got to get moving. So let's remove this obstacle today. Let's bird dog this as much as we can through Brixmor and Safeway, so that when our restaurants are ready, everything is done. And then parallel paths, the ones that serve liquor, let's help on the state piece of it as well. Because some of the restaurants don't serve any alcohol, but they want to expand their patio. Let's let them do that within we have a lot of empty parking lot space. And even if it's not right in front of the restaurant, we have all that space in front of Williams Field. And we have our own parking lots that can be leveraged as well.
I agree.
Okay, anyone else, or I'll entertain a motion to approve this ordinance?
Make a motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-6,
6.
Series 2020, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior temporarily waiving the requirement for a banner permit and the limitation of banners, waiving building permit fees for temporary outdoor patios for restaurants, and authorizing the town clerk to approve temporary modifications of liquor license premises for temporary outdoor patios for restaurants.
I'll second the motion.
All right, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Trustee Skrzynski. Roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Swazinski,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Emmerly,
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. And we're on now to item number 5, which is adoption of a resolution approving a contract with PG Arnold Construction for the GMP for 1500 Colton Road building. And Matt.
And which of these items does the board want to take first? This one?
I would say this one, and then we'll do the discussion on the 2 items from the consent agenda, if the board is okay with it.
I'm going to have I asked Leslie Clark, our Parks Recreation Open Space Director, to introduce this item. Her and her staff have been working very hard on this item, so I'll let her introduce it.
Thank you, Matt. Leslie, before you kick off, may I just say something briefly? I noticed that we have on the call David McClatchy from PG Arnold. I had not realized, because it wasn't in the documents, that David is with PG Arnold, but he is a close person. He and his wife are close personal friends of mine. So Dan, I wanted to get your opinion. Is it still okay for me to participate in this? I believe I can be impartial, but I wanted to fully disclose that to the rest of the board.
So the nature of your relationship is just as close friends?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, there's no other like financial interest or anything along those lines. And you think that
No.
you can make a decision without any, bias or anything along those lines?
Yes, they do.
Okay, I think that should be fine as long as you've mentioned that on the record.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Leslie, go ahead.
Well,
thank you.
While we're mentioning who knows who, I know Paul Arnold fairly well, and so, but like Laura, I don't have any financial interest in this or bias or anything else. So they're
Paul's in the spirit of disclosure, Paul's a resident. I've connected with him over the last year and a half. Gotten to know him a little bit. He's a resident of the town, so know him as well.
No financial interest or any type of interest along those lines, Trustee Ryan?
None whatsoever.
All right.
All right, thanks, Leslie. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. As mentioned, this item is approval adoption of a resolution for construction contract and guaranteed maximum price with PG Arnold Construction. This is for the renovation of the 1500 Colton Road building, formerly the Land Rover building. The guaranteed maximum price from PG Arnold was $2,512,184. We have representatives from both Oz Architecture, Joe Levy and Amanda Johnson, as well as representatives from PG Arnold Construction. David McClatchy and Par Arnold are both on the call to answer any questions that you have. This has been a long process, a lot of public input, a lot of creativity went into the design, and I think they've done a great job getting to the point where we are today. And I think we can address any questions at this time.
All right, thanks, Leslie. Questions from the board?
I had sent out.
Yeah, Matt, I think you're about to go where if, from a process perspective, you could just talk about usually on capital improvement road projects, which is what we see a lot of. You have an overview of the process, the bidders. If we selected a low-cost bidder, confirmation. If we didn't, why not? Things like that. So if you could just, that was not included to my knowledge in the memo. So if you could give some background on that.
So we went with the CMGC process for this building as well. The thought behind it was to try to expedite the construction by bringing a contractor on earlier in the process, similar to what we did with 88th Street. We went through a bid process to select that contractor early on in the process, and then worked with them through the architects to, based off the design that was approved, to come up with a guaranteed maximum price contract, and which is before the board tonight. So it's a little different than the straight bid process that we typically do, but we wanted to try to get this building under construction as quick as we possibly could, to get it open as quick as we could. And the best way to do that is bring a contractor on early in the process so they can work with the architect to identify best design and construction of the building together.
And Oz Architect is queued up to do a walkthrough of that presentation if the board desires that.
Would the board like to see that, or?
And before we get to that, because, I think, like some of my colleagues, I may have had sticker shock when I first saw this, but, I think that's all based on, the anchor point. And the anchor point in the budget was 2 million. And I think we all kind of acknowledge that might be a little bit light. Could we have, as part of the conversations today, some overview in terms of why the cost is where it's at, and sort of, what are some of the extenuating circumstances that drove the cost to where it did? I know I recognize there's some structural issues that we have to overcome. Clearly wasn't something that was contemplated before. There's some design elements that, are definitely expensive. So, there's nice to have, need to have, those kinds of things. I'd like to understand, what degrees of freedom we have. I don't want to get into a slice and dice of the budget, by committee, because that's not gonna work. But I do want to understand some of the big hitting items that kind of drove it to where it is, and realizing that, the 2 million was a stake in the ground.
I believe Amanda Johnson is prepared to answer that question.
Excellent.
I am. I'll show my video. Hi, everybody. Would you guys like me to share my screen and go through the items that Leslie mentioned? And I think that'll answer some of your questions as well. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay. Can everybody see the PDF that's up on the screen?
Yes.
Thank you. What we have up here is the layout that was approved or shown on March 9th to you all, and what we really started to engage the rest of the design team to really deliver, as well as what was sent to PG Arnold, and after they were selected as our contractor, to really begin to work through the costs. Some of the things And I know you guys are really familiar with the plan, so we won't walk through that in totality, but I want to talk through some specifics that we learned once we engaged more of the consultant team and learned more about the base building. So as we had shown it currently, and again, the front entrance is right over here. As we walk in, we have this beautiful spine that starts to connect the whole space, and our goal was really to open up all of this zone to be as flexible as possible for the community. And one of the ways that we did that is by removing most of this wall that is existing in the space. We also have, as you know, an accessible route with this ramp in the back and stairs coming up, this cafe that's quite flexible for any vendor to come in, and then stadium seating that faces the proposed meeting room. We had a community activity room in this zone and the game space right here. Some of the feedback that we heard from you all was that maybe the stadium seating could rotate and face more of the rest of the open space. And then we had a desire for more family restrooms in this space as well. So wanted to show that before introducing our proposed plan, which was in your packet, and hopefully you've had a chance to work through. And what that shows, or some of the major changes that we wanted to point out, were the connection or this ramp location. So this right here is our, or we learned through structural investigation that this wall is actually, if we were to demo that to create this connection, is our structural footer for the building, and it would be quite expensive to replace. So we've reoriented this ramp and added unisex or family restrooms in this zone, but really maintaining this as a solid wall in the plan, but kept the connection from both stairs as well as the ramp up to this space. We also were able to rotate the stadium seating. In doing so, it's slightly reduced, but is still pretty efficient. Allows all of this to be a great gathering space for the community. We have another accessible ramp to this community activity zone, as well as this meeting space. This wall remained existing because it had quite a lot of structural implications as well to open up into the rest of the space. So the game zone is also in its same location, and we're preparing as many openings to that space as possible for it to connect to the rest of the space. But again, some of these changes to the plan are really a result of us and our consultants and our structural engineers digging into what the existing building can offer while still maintaining all of the programmatic spaces that we've all fell in love with. Trustee Shaw sent a question earlier today comparing the accessible route in our current plan or in our previous plan to the current plan. We wanted to just point out that we still have that ramp here, and the accessible connection for all patrons is through the front door. This ramp connects up into this space, and then all of this is on the same level. And if someone needed an accessible route to these community activity rooms or meeting spaces, you can also visit this ramp. There is no longer the connection straight through, just because of the change in elevation and the structural cost it would require to modify that. But we felt like this change still met the goals of our accessibility and is as cost effective as possible. I also wanted to talk at a high level about the costs and the total construction budget that's being presented to you right now. As Leslie had mentioned, or Matt, I think, had mentioned this, once the contractor was brought on board, we were able to really roll up our sleeves as a team and figure out the cost to deliver this space to the town of Superior. And PG Arnold and Oz and Leslie has really worked hard over the last month to refine that number. The original estimate that was presented to us by PG Arnold back in April had a grand total of $3,013,000 price tag to that. Over the last month, we have all worked together to get into a budget that's in front of you, or a GMP that's in front of you today of $2.5 million. And we all felt like this was a responsible number to show you now, since we have done most of our due diligence. And I'm going to jump forward to the page 11 in the schedule of values that PG Arnold provided. And what we wanted to do is really create categories that allowed you guys to see where the costs of the work were coming. We were excited that the tenant finish itself, so all of the scope of work inside the walls of the building that allow us to create this space, was pretty close to the target of our $2 million initial budget for the construction of this project. And the rest of the costs are in a couple of different categories that we can talk about today as well. The first is this unforeseen base building improvements. And again, a lot of work has to go into this existing building in order to make an assembly occupancy, or provide for an assembly occupancy, which is what we want this to be. That requires a handful of structural modifications to the building that we can get into if you have further questions on that. But in total, that was $275,000, almost $276,000 of our GMP number. Additionally, the site has modified or grown into more of an outdoor amenity to the building that I think was initially planned, but still is well facilitated in the macro goal of providing a great amenity for the residents. The minimum amount of site work that we would need to do, and most of this is associated with providing an accessible route to the front door of our building, is almost $100,000. And then if we wanted to create more of a plaza space that spills out from our interior, that totaled about $150,000. So I think these categories, or we hope that these categories, help break apart the different elements of the scope of work as it relates to what we've all been imagining when we first had this idea to refinish this building. And we're all here to dig into more detail or answer any other questions that you might have. And again, continue to work towards whatever additional budget modifications the town might want to throw our way.
All right, thanks, Amanda. Questions from the board? No one has any questions? Okay. Any comments?
I'm sorry. I still do have some questions. I'm just jumping around the different documents. I mean, I think one of the concerns I have is what's not included. There's a number of things that we're still going to have to do with respect to this building, and there's no sign included in the $2.5 million. There's no cabling included with the $2.5 million. I think it's a little challenging to sort of think about this as a $2.5 million improvement project, because I think we still have to, if we're going to follow through, commit to additional funds to actually get this building to something that that looks and feels the way that we want. I guess I'm struggling with why not and just include it in the bid.
So typically we remove FF&E from the general contractor's number because they will add their overhead and markup percentages to that. So in a lot of cases, owners decide to carry FF&E, which is our furniture, fixture, and equipment number, in a separate category. So we've really worked with PG Arnold to create a construction budget that they're responsible for, and we've helped Leslie, and Leslie has created an FF&E budget that, you're right, is outside of this number. And so that's at least how we've strategized or worked with the contractor in order to not have those additional fees on top of that number.
All right, that makes sense. So, and I guess I just can't find it. What is our expected FF&E number here?
I have an estimate of between $200,000 and $250,000 to fully furnish and equip the building for the types of uses that we've discussed.
All right, that helps because, you know, at least I guess item 3D in the consent agenda was the bond offering at 3 million, and now that number makes a lot more sense.
Amanda, thanks. I'd like to hear at some point, I don't have additional questions around the process. I'd like to hear from PG Arnold sort of around their proposal itself, work that they've done, similar or either similar build out or a similar structure, and kind of their thoughts around the project.
Yeah, Kevin, I'll take that one. And our pre-construction manager, David McClatchy, did most of the detailed work on this, so I'll probably hand it off to him for any detailed questions. But at $158 per square foot, given the nature of the adaptive reuse type of project, this is very much in line with what we've seen for similar projects in the past. I think Amanda did an excellent job of summarizing any of the potential unexpected items. I think that they did an excellent job of designing the project to the $2 million budget. And just to reiterate her quick summary, we just ran into structural issues and accessibility issues as the design consultants kind of dug into the project.
So Paul, just for the record, start with your name. Okay, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, so Phyllis has you covered for the record, we can't see you. And then also talk about some other projects you've done.
Of course, yeah, this is Paul Arnold, president of PG Arnold Construction. I think that the most comparable project that we've done in the past would be Improper City in Denver, which was also a project that we did in cooperation with Oz. And it was a very similar in the aspect of it being an adaptive reuse in an old structure. It also included a little bit of some site work and some structural retrofit to accommodate the use of the building. And when I mentioned that this is a comparable cost per square foot, that project is one that would compare very closely to this project.
Thanks.
And I believe there was a question earlier regarding the bidding process and how many contractors we spoke to, how we went about selecting our subcontractors that we carried in our bid. And I think David McClatchy, our pre-construction manager, would be best to respond to that.
Yeah, hi, this is Dave McClatchy, pre-construction manager with PG Arnold. So yeah, kind of in regards to that question, we solicited about 160 contractors. We use a kind of online system that sends all the key documents, drawings, specifications out to subcontractors and allows us to track who's viewing those, who's downloading those, who's committed to bidding or not bidding on those. And we ended up getting about 60 proposals back, which is a little over a third of what we solicited, which in this market is really, really good, a lot better than we see on most projects. And I think that went to myself and the project manager that we have assigned to the job, spent a good couple of days making physical phone calls and following with emails to every one of these to make sure we got good coverage. Everybody understood the scope and the intent. I had a pre-bid walkthrough so vendors could go out and physically see the space, so we knew we were getting accurate pricing in on that. So I'm really pleased with the coverage on it. For most scopes, anywhere between 2 and 5 bids for most all of the scopes. And we're right now doing, because of the budget, we're in at the low subcontractor numbers for those scopes right now. And feel with that list, as you can see provided in the document there for the GMP, I feel really comfortable with that grouping of subs. Some of those were recommended from Oz for some of the more delicate scopes, like the custom millwork and everything like that. So we know we've got partners that we can continue to work on this with. So.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, David and Paul. Appreciate that. Additional questions from the board?
Yeah, this is a quick question, mostly more for the public. I noted that the timeline for getting this done is now, we had originally hoped that we could wrap it up close to the end of the year, and we're looking now like we're going to be probably March or April before we get this finished. Could you guys just kind of, for the public, give a little bit of information on why you think this is going to take longer, and what some of the delays might have been?
Yeah, I'll take that. This is David again with PG Arnold. So when we first looked at this and kind of went through the RFP process, we had envisioned about a 6-month scope is what we proposed on for the project. To be exact, it was 31 weeks is what we had for a construction build out. As we've gotten into it more, kind of going back to what Amanda started talking about with these base building challenges around accessibility and the structural upgrades for the roof and walls, that has impacted the schedule, obviously pushing that back a little bit. That work is, I would say, requires a lot of safety around it. So we don't want a lot of other people in the building while we're lifting heavy steel members in adjacent to the area. So what we've done is kind of plug that work now into the schedule, and it's pushed the schedule to 38 weeks, which is additional 7 weeks from what we proposed. We've mitigated some other areas now that we have a little bit more defined scope around it, so we can understand our lead times and kind of minimize some things and others. So we've kind of shaved off where we could in there, but it's really kind of driven by that structural work that, I think going into this was a little bit unforeseen for all parties. So.
Yeah, and in presenting to you all, we didn't want to take the approach of overpromise and underdeliver. We've really been spending the last month diving into the costs and getting the costs closer to our target as much as possible. And our team, along with PG Arnold, will continue to dig into the schedule now that once we have the scope really agreed to and isolated. But we know that we're disappointing the town and not delivering before the end of the year. And I think we're all still committed to trying to do as much as we can to continue to optimize that schedule that PG Arnold has just started to craft.
Okay, well, you've ruined my Christmas now, but I understand.
I did have a question, and I apologize. I may have missed the answer. I had some bandwidth issues and lost some of the conversation for a little bit. I think I heard Leslie say that our FF&E estimate is between 200 and 250,000. On page 3 of, I believe it's the GMP package, there's a list of add alternates. Are we considering those to be part of the PP or the FF&E?
Leslie, I'll take that because I'm just looking at it, the add alternates right now. Yes, Trustee Leash, we have turned those into the FF&E budget. One of those is the cost to install what we have planned for in the kind of back of house for any cafe user, not knowing if and when we have that type of tenant on board, A lot of times those restaurateurs, if it's a restaurateur or the menu or the program will really define that. So we have a placeholder allowance in your FF&E to cover that type of tenant improvement if that's part of the deal. But we also felt like it'd be irresponsible to include that in the base budget when we don't necessarily know exactly what that program wants to be in the back of house.
Okay. And the real basis of my question and what I'm getting at is trying to better understand what our add-ons are looking at. So in that list of alternates, that's roughly 250 grand. Trying to figure out whether I'm looking at items that are on both the list of what Leslie mentioned is the estimate between 200 and 250 and this, or whether they'd be on top of each other and that we're looking at kind of an additional 500,000 on top of what's listed in the GMP.
You're correct that alternate amount is going to be covered in the tenant improvements and furniture, fixture, and equipment. That back of house would be a lot of the appliances and specific prep equipment that might be needed.
Okay. Thanks.
I'm sorry, I think you guys lost me a little bit here, and it's probably just because there are a lot of documents, and I thought I had a good handle on them. So, Leslie, you said about 200 to 250 in FF&E. The add alternates adds up to 250,000, so we're already at 250. I think along the lines to Ken's question is that the add alternates at 250 comprehensive, or are we still looking at another 200 on top of this because further in the memo there's no bike racks, there's no work on the parking lot, so to speak, other than a small path. We keep the old Land Rover off-road track in place with some chains around them. So I want to really understand what the total numbers could be here, because we still need to furnish it with chairs and tables.
So the estimate for the FF&E included all the furniture, all the AV equipment for the meeting rooms. It included the back of house estimated, not knowing who the tenant is going to be. It included a little bit of office equipment, although most of that is just going to be reuse for what we have now. Potentially some expanded connectivity, and then also the patio furniture. And the bike racks.
Okay, so the FF&E number you had just coincidentally happens to be the same number as the add alternates number, both of them at 250. So I mean, the add alternates is really, it's kind of discretionary in terms of whether or not we're going to do all those things, but at the same time, from an FF&E perspective, we probably need to do everything that you just rattled off. So I'll say this out loud, just to make sure I'm getting it right. Do this building exactly the way that we want. It's a $2.5 million that we're talking about here, plus about another $500,000 in add alternates and the FF&E. So really, we're at slightly above $3 million. Is that consistent? Am I missing anything here?
I do think there's some duplication between the FF&E and the add alternates.
Okay.
So that it will not be an additional 500,000. Is that correct, Amanda?
Yeah, so just to piggyback on Leslie, we had PG Arnold provide budget pricing on a handful of things which are listed as the add alternates. We have, in the interest of budget, elected to show that as FF&E in lieu of construction cost, so that one, we could save the markup and the overhead and the profit of a contractor and allow that to just go straight to the cost of the work. But we don't have to select any of the add alternates shown in PG Arnold's budget. That's covered, or it's intended to be covered, in Leslie's FF&E number.
All right, I think I got it.
So
now.
what do you think the total then is if it's not around 500,000?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. So I was with Neil's understanding that we're looking at about 500,000 for the ad alternates and the FF&E. It sounds like, Amanda, you're saying that it will likely be less than that. Do we know roughly what it will be?
Yes, that's in the FF&E number. Leslie, do you mind if I just share that?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. It'll take a minute for me to pull up really fast. Oh my gosh, it said it was corrupt and can't be opened. Do you have it, Leslie?
I don't think I can pull it up because I am not remoted in, unfortunately.
I'll work to pull it up, and if there's other questions in the meantime.
Let me see if I might be able to email it to you.
So maybe it would help just to ask the question. So was the data communications, cabling, the security system, and the food service appliances, I mean, those are three things that, in my opinion, are essential. Are they included in the FF&E, or are they in addition to what's in the FF&E?
They are included as line items in the FF&E. If we choose to have PG Arnold furnish and install those, we're absolutely welcome to do that. It might cost us a little bit more, but we'll just pull that from the FF&E budget and put it into their scope of work.
Okay, well, that helps a lot, because for me, I was thinking they were, those three things are about $150,000. So if they're in the FF&E, then it's not $500,000 we're talking about.
Right.
That's correct.
I wish you could find that piece of paper.
I'm working really hard, just a minute.
Clint, while they're looking, maybe it's maybe helpful public comment period. I think.
Yeah, that's we can do that. Is anyone in the public like to make comment on this agenda item at this time? Signal by raising your hand. Okay, not seeing any. We'll go back. Anyone else have any related questions or comments?
I'll make a comment while we're trying to dig that out. I love the design. I like the changes that were made, relative to where we were in March. I think the tweaks have been good. I apologize for my, inability to read construction drawings this weekend on how to access the bathrooms, but I think you guys have done a great job of, dealing with the structural wall and adapting to, bringing in the family bathrooms. I think this is a natural evolution of how things go from architectural drawings to construction, and you guys have done a fantastic job of coming in really close to budget. I mean, obviously we're not talking about the $2.5 million. We're talking about, the 10 to 15% above that, which I think is fantastic. So the real question becomes, the board's appetite to $3 million this year, given, that we had thought it was going to be $2 million. It's a relatively big swing. And if there's, I know at some point in this process, we had talked about, an a la carte menu with, hey, here's the need to have, here's the nice to have, and here's the really beautiful things to have. And we've kind of gone fast forward to, we're going to get everything we want here. And, it's 50% above what we had thought. But again, like I said before, the 2 million, I don't think that was a real number. It was always going to be something higher than that. We just didn't know. So it's hard to know how high we are, other than, budget number is just that. It's a budget number. But I mean, as a whole, I like where the numbers came in. I do want to get some firmness on what we have above the construction contract. Is it 250? Is it 350? Is it 450? But beyond that, I'm fairly in support here. I think, you know, the one challenge I have is, you know, when we talked about pickleball just a couple weeks ago, you know, we're definitely in a time when budgets are strained. You know, how high do we go above budget? You know, pickleball came in below budget by, you know, 15, 18%. This is definitely above what we had in the plan. So it's a question, I think, ultimately appetite.
Yeah, I have one more, some unrelated question to the actual design of the building and those things. Paul and David, you may not realize that I actually live in the Summit at Rock Creek, which is the community immediately adjacent to the building. And I just wanted to get your quick sense on what your folks will be doing to mitigate the impact of construction on the neighbors who are immediately adjacent, because they're pretty darn close.
Yeah, that's a great question. We, as a tenant finish contractor, are accustomed to working in, I guess, particularly occupied buildings. So just it's built into our culture that we're sensitive to occupants of the buildings and I guess by association neighbors. So I actually don't know off the top of my head if the town has any noise ordinances, but for example, in Boulder, noisy work has a fairly stringent definition, and we're accustomed to keeping the noisy work to business hours. For example, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. There are unfortunately just things that we have to do as contractors that make noise, make dust, cause traffic, and they are just part of what we do. But we are accustomed to making sure that we're considerate and courteous of neighbors and occupants. I'm not sure if that's a specific enough answer for you, but what I can say is as part of our project, we will, you know, come up with a project plan that will be implemented, I'm assuming most directly with Leslie as the town representative, and she will be the voice of the neighbors, so to speak. But we ourselves are also proactive. We're not, we don't push back very hard on those. We're accustomed to working considerately.
Well, it did look like you had a communication plan and that you know, do try and communicate with the residents. Well, there's a lot up here. So the one thing I was going to recommend is that one of the people you communicate with might be the management company for the Summit at Rock Creek, and that might make it easier for you guys if you're dealing with our HOA. And I'm happy to make sure you have that information. So, but there are, you know, I happen to know 3 of the people that are immediately adjacent to that building, and I'm sure I will hear from them.
I'm sure we will too.
But they are all very excited about this project, so I think they're going to be patient too. But I just wanted to make sure that, but you were aware that there is an HOA up here that might be able to help you with communication.
Thank you.
I did find the FF&E document if you'd like me to share my screen.
I've got it too, Leslie. Let me open it. I kind of added all of the different categories together, if that sounds good.
Okay, you're quick.
Thank you, Martin, for sharing. All right, you guys see this? So this is obviously not as polished or refined as the rest of the presentation, so forgive us for that and let us continue to work towards that. But with Leslie took a great stab at outlining all of the additional FF&E items, as well as the furniture, the stools, the outdoor furniture, the mezzanine, the art, the game, the low voltage wiring, the vehicle charging stations, the bike storage. Also in here is security, Wi-Fi, public meeting system, and the total between all of these in terms of what we need to open is at a maximum, it says 457,000. In the two different categories between, say, furniture and art and some of the other equipment related elements, it's 138,000 and 300,000 respectively. Again, this is raw form. We're just sharing it with you so that you see what we've been debating, and we still have quite a bit of work to go to really make this a true number, but it certainly aligns with the 500,000 that we've been discussing, so that, and even less than that.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. Any follow-up questions from the board?
So Amanda, thank you very much for pulling that. I appreciate it. I'll make a comment similar to Neil's, and I think this is an important project, and I think we are already far enough down the path on this project that there's no turning back. We need to. We've already engaged the community. We know there's a need for indoor amenities in our community, that we need to actually move forward and execute on this. However, there's a reality that we've not budgeted enough for this, and if we're going to actually execute in a meaningful way, there has to be opportunity costs. And what are we going to forgo? And we need to have these hard conversations, and I think that's something that we need to be thinking about and looking at going forward. We need to be prudent with taxpayer dollars, and if we're going to go over budget by about $500,000 right now, and then we're looking at an additional $500,000 in other expenses, then there's a lot that we need to be thinking about of what are we not going to do this year, and what other projects can we balance otherwise. I'll be supportive of this tonight. I will vote to approve it, but we need to, as a board, be thinking about those questions.
And, I'll just say, as far as the budget goes, I agree with Trustee Shaw that the budget that was included in the 2020 budget was very optimistic. The other thing to consider, the next agenda item that's coming up is the financing. So we have a loan that we are asking the board to approve up, could be up to $3 million, which would cover the cost. And then, of course, we have payment next, pay that down over years. So the budget impact will be spread out over years. So that's one thing to consider as you discuss possibly removing some items from the project. The other thing to consider is the downtown civic space. We have $750,000 in the 5-year CIP for 2021 to finish that space as far as the interior finishing. And I don't think that project will be ready next year. So that money that we had budgeted for 2021, I don't think will be spent. That $750,000 that is included in 2021. So that's a pretty big number in and of itself. So just some things for the board to consider as you discuss the design.
Yeah, actually, Matt, that's a really good point with respect to the financing. The way that we had put it in the budget was like $220 a year in terms of debt and principal service, and it's almost immaterially higher than that because what's changing is the term. I think we had assumed a 10-year term, now it's a 15-year term. So we're able to squeeze in more, but we have more of a cash flow issue in years 20, 30 to 35. So, it's debt financing is nice because you kind of kick the can way down the road. But it is something to contemplate right now.
Okay, thanks. Others? Sandy?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, do we want to bring in the discussion of the two items from the consent agenda before we act on this, or do we want to close out the construction contract?
I'd like to close out the construction contract personally.
Okay.
Is my belief. I'll just say I couldn't be any happier. I mean, I know, there's a little bit of sticker shock, and of course these are giant numbers, and we're all acting as good fiscal stewards on behalf of the community to make sure we've got the right number. I'm thrilled with the process, and I'll just comment. There's a lot we'd love to see in the building, and we have taken some things out that were not just possible. The concept of a cloud kitchen would have been fantastic, but we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars and compromising space, cannibalizing other community space. This is exactly what we need, and I couldn't be any happier. I'm thrilled with the work that Paul and the team have done. I've been to a couple of those buildings, including the one in Proper City in Denver. It's really a great vibe, and with the great work from Amanda, who's worked with Paul in the past, Paul working with Amanda, I couldn't be any more thrilled. So I think it's appropriate to move forward on the construction contract and then separately talk about the financing and staff issue.
I agree with Kevin, and we've been talking for years about bringing a rec center or a community center to Superior. It's been something that the residents have been asking for. We took a long look at it with the potential for an add-on to the sports stable a couple years back. We talked about potentially putting something in on the Town 15. Any of those projects would be enormously expensive. And, it's hard to spend taxpayer dollars, but what we're doing here is bringing an incredible amenity to a location that, we previously, could not have even, dreamed of actually bringing such an amenity to such a centrally located location in our town. So I'm thrilled with how the plans look. I think that this is going to be an incredible opportunity for our community. I think it's really going to bring a lot of people together once we're not required to socially distance as much. And, I just think that we shouldn't negotiate against ourselves here, be penny wise and pound foolish. Let's make this thing as, tremendously incredible as we can make it. So I'm thrilled to be working with Oz. I think PG Arnold is going to be fantastic, and I'm happy to support this tonight.
So with that, I'll happy make a motion if it's appropriate, Clint.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Town of Superior Resolution number
R-40.
40, Series 2020, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving a construction contract with PG Arnold Construction Incorporated for the 1500 Colton Road renovation project.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Ryan, second by Trustee Hammerly, and roll call vote, please, Phyllis.
Hey, Clint, there is a public comment hand raised now.
Okay. We can circle back to that.
Do you want roll call?
Let's pause the vote, and we're going to go to public comment. Sonia Critton, can you go ahead?
Can you hear me okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I've seen numerous occasions in the past several years where the town has overpaid for assets. That would include the Tesla dealership, where we actually had to do improvements, in which case it was actually a loss leader for us. I've seen that with the monstrosity we have with the California developer, where they're not going to pay taxes for another 20 years. I've seen this with the property you were talking about. I thought it was about 3 million, but some people have said 4.5. As Clint, you and I both work in commercial development. It was worth about 800,000. We overpaid by several million. I don't know that the best idea might be to bulldoze it and make it into a community park. The additional funding might, at some point, you have to respect the taxpayers. Same thing for the town 15, the 15 acres. I would love to see that as a community park where people have plots and they actually pay for it and help pay back this. I think there is a complete disrespect by this town board and especially by this town manager for the taxpayers. And I would like to see some respect for the taxpayers and some fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the comment. And just for the record, I do not work in commercial development. I'm a residential real estate broker. All right, any further public comment? All right, anything further from the board before we continue with the vote? We had motion and a second. All right, Phyllis, please proceed with the vote count or roll call vote.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Folsom,
Yes.
Emmerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Phyllis. Motion passes unanimously. And thanks everyone for being on this item. Let's go now back to the consent agenda items 3C and D. Is there a preference for which one to start with, Neil?
I think we could probably do 3D really quickly. I mean, my only reason for pulling it was out of the consent. I didn't quite know why it was 3 million relative to the contract at 2.5. Now I've got a lot better handle on that. We've got, obviously a long list of things that we might need to do above the construction contract. So I'm very comfortable with the offering at 3 million as stated within the agenda.
Okay, thanks. Anyone have anything else? All right, anyone have any public comment on 3D since we pulled it off the consent? All right, seeing none.
I did have a question on 3D. And I sent this on to Kendra, and I think she sent it on to bond counsel. This is just a typographical thing, but the attachment, which is the First Amendment to the lease purchase agreement, lists UMB Bank as the lessor, Town of Superior as the lessee, and then on the signature block lists the Town of Superior as the lessor and the bank as the lessee. So that should just get fixed so it's consistent.
And in Trustee Lasis, my understanding is that we forwarded to bond counsel. We just haven't heard back yet. So we'll be fine to approve this, and with that, change, with the provision that says subject to final review by the town attorney.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And this is Sally Tasker with Butler Snow. We are bond counsel. We've been in on the meeting and we have made that change. Thank you very much for catching that.
All right, thank you. And thanks, Mark. Anyone have anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve 3D.
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Ordinance number O-5, Series 2020, an ordinance of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior authorizing the town to enter into a First Amendment to Site and Improvement Lease Agreement and a First Amendment to Lease Purchase Agreement and related documents to finance the acquisition, construction, and installation of certain improvements to property owned by the town located at 1500 Colton Road, authorizing documents in connection therewith, setting forth parameters and restrictions, and providing other matters related thereto.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis, second by Mayor Folsom. Roll call vote, please.
Folsom,
Yes.
Emmerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Kwasinski,
Yes.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Next is 3C, adoption of a resolution approving an agreement with Centennial Venture One Limited Liability Company and Rock Creek After School LLP for Parks, Recreation, and Open Space lease agreement, consideration of a lease agreement to serve as temporary office space for park staff. And Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. So my hope was that when we start construction on the building that, staff, we'd be able to manage the construction, keep staff, in the building and not have to look for outside office space and ask the park staff to move again. After getting with the architect and the contractor, it's obvious that they cannot remain in the building. So Leslie and her staff have been looking at alternative office space for her staff. They had 3 locations. One was the building right next to this building, to the 1500 Colton building. That's Rock Creek School was in there. They're vacating that space. So there's a sublease that we've been working with them on for that space. That other space was Superior Plaza. That would have been a sublease from OTAC, which has moved out of town into other office space. That lease would have been only for 6 months, which does not give us enough time to get through construction. So we may be able to extend that or renegotiate it and get a longer lease, but it's unknown. So they may have to move a second time if we decided to go that route. The third alternative was modular buildings on the property right next to Town Hall that we purchased, I think over 15 years ago. We purchased that property. It's just vacant. There's one-time cost for that of, I think it's $70,000 to get the infrastructure installed for the modular buildings, water, sewer, storm, electrical, communication, that kind of thing. And then the monthly rental cost of the modular buildings for her staff. Those are the three options we had. Staff likes the office space right next to this construction site because it gives us an opportunity to stay on top of the project better. Once it opens, we're going to continue to need office space for our staff. If we can keep this longer term lease at that location, the park staff is not in the same building, but they would be close proximity to one another if we went with that location. It is the highest cost lease out of the 3 options, but we feel like it's the best location for the park staff. Leslie, did you had a breakdown on the costs? Did you want to present those to the board?
Sure. Going back to the modular option, they have a one-time delivery and pickup fee that you pay up front, which was an additional $22,000 on top of the estimated $75,000 for infrastructure for site prep and utility installation. So that option had a large upfront cost. The 100 Superior Way, which was office space over the old Chicago location, that space is a little smaller than what we need, and we'd have to have some shared office space there, but it would work. But again, it wouldn't start until July, and it is a 6-month initial sublease there. So that option had a lot of unknowns as far as continuity of office space. You wanted to know the total rent on that one. So for the, for the 100 Superior Way, that was about $7,500 a month for that sublease. The 2800 Colton Road has both a base rent and then it has additional rent, which basically covers the landlord expenses for tax, insurance, and minor maintenance. That total comes up to a little over 10,000 a month for that.
And then what was the cost on the modulars?
The modular, the monthly rent on the modular was $3,300.
Leslie or Matt, could you talk to, or speak to other options around town that you might have looked at but ruled out for various reasons, such as Superior Marketplace has space, there's space in Rock Creek Village, various other spaces that you might have looked at but ruled out for various reasons?
We did look at several locations at the marketplace. Some of them were quite small, 1,000 square feet, or quite large, 500,000 or 5,000 square feet. So there wasn't a good fit for us there. With the larger space, we would be paying a lot in utilities because of that space. And I believe that space was where the old Sears was located. In addition, the potential for tenants to come in there, we wouldn't want to, negate paying retail establishment coming into the marketplace. So that was one of the reasons why we were not looking as seriously at that site. The office or the available store frontage across the street in the Safeway complex, there were a couple of options over there, and we did not look into those seriously because the advertised rates for those sites were quite high.
Leslie, how many square feet was the space at 100 Superior Way, the one over Old Chicago?
It was 2,700.
All right, so I mean, it's what is it, about 2/3 of what we're talking about at 2,800 Colton or 2,800 Rock Creek Circle.
Yes. The Rock Creek Circle location includes about 900 square feet of storage. And it also provides enough space to have a customer service component, basically reception desk there at some point. It has a full set of restrooms and a kitchenette in that location. The 100 Superior Way, we would have shared restroom facilities, and it is located on the second floor. So use of the elevator would be the access point for that site. We do have some paid storage that we're now utilizing, and we hope that the extra storage space at the Rock Creek Circle location we could give up some of the paid storage that we're utilizing right now.
So go ahead.
Go ahead, Neil.
Okay, just a question. I know one of the negatives against the 100 Superior Way was the short term, the 6-month lease wasn't available to July 1, but we're already at the end of May. I mean, is that truly a negative? Because I mean, I don't know what staff is doing with respect to working from home or working at town hall, or working in the Land Rover building right now. If everybody had to work at home for another month, is that a problem?
So yeah, we're staff's back in the offices at least 2 to 3 days a week. So we meet the governor's 50% requirement. And eventually we'll get back to normal operations. But yeah, we could continue with the telecommuting to get us to July. The bigger issue for me is the length. 6 months. We're going to need office space for years going forward. So the question mark about whether we can extend that lease to a longer term, that's the big question for me.
No, Matt, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense to me.
Matt, could you give a brief history of where Parks and Rec has been over the years and the migration from across from Town Hall to the sports stable to 1500 Colton?
Sure.
And how many people that you think will actually be housed at 1500 Colton once it is complete versus outside?
Sure.
Not outside, but outside of the building in a different location.
Right. So when we were smaller staff, everybody was housed here at Town Hall, all the departments. Eventually, staff grew to a point where we had to start moving departments off-site to other office space. They moved across the street to the corner here, just to the north of Town Hall parking lot. In that old, it was a title building that was used to close on homes in Rock Creek. And then the districts took that building over. Districts 2 and 3 took that building over and used it for their meetings and office space. Once the town took over the districts, we got that building and we moved the park staff into that building. They were in that building for a number of years. The building got to a point where it was just not in good condition. It wasn't meant to be a long-term building. I don't think it was meant to be a building used for closing on homes. It got to be unsafe, unhealthy, so we moved them to the sports stable when that space opened up. I think they were in the sports stable for 3 years. And then when we purchased the 1500 Colton building, we had an opportunity to move them into that space, which we did right after, I think it was a month or two after closing on that sale, that we moved them into that building.
And how much, if anything, were we paying for the sports stable space?
We weren't paying anything. We didn't have a monthly rent. That was provided to us as an opportunity to work together on recreation programming and that type of thing. And so they were generous enough to let us use that space at no monthly rent.
So to follow up on that question, that the rest of Mark's question, which was, when 1500 Colton is complete, how many of your staff do you plan to be there? And then on the related topic, when we build the space in downtown Superior, what's your anticipation there? I think my concern is the long-term lease of this property. This is extremely expensive property. And for me, once we build our new community center, that is going to be a beautiful space for a commercial entity. And so I have a real concern about putting our staff in space that we would not necessarily get any revenue from. So can you give me some idea of what you're thinking as far as your staff in 1500 Colton and then staff in downtown Superior?
Yeah, I'll let Leslie speak to what staff she plans to have at 1500 Colton. I do know that we will have staff, the field staff will move back to the firehouse that's on Coal Creek Drive here in Original Town. They'll have to move out back to that space. When we bring on downtown Superior Civic Space, we'll likely have to add staff for at least part-time, because the hours, it's going to be outside the normal 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. There'll be weekends and nights and stuff. So we're going to have to at least add part-time staff to help run these facilities. Leslie, do you want to provide information on how many staff you'll have at 1500 Colton? And
so the office space at 1500 Colton is somewhat limited. I'm estimating we could probably have 2 to 4 staff, full-time staff housed there with part-time staff. Some of that space is flexible, so if we were to find a partner or a tenant that made sense, some of that space would be vacated to allow for that tenant if needed. So we've left some flexible area there. Some of that office space is on the second floor, so it is not currently fully accessible. So there's some limitation to how we use that space on that mezzanine level, the office space that's designated there. So with a staff of 12, currently, I would say 4 would be the maximum of full-time staff we could fit in the 1500 Colton building.
Okay, then the drawing is a little bit misleading. So, because it looks like the space that was office space accommodates more. And then my next question is, Matt, can you help us understand why you think it's right we should spend $120,000 for this space, and yet our public works staff is in space at the marketplace that's costing us 1/4 that cost?
Well, we don't have many choices as far as office space goes. So staff needs office space. I was hoping that we would have enough office space in 1500 Colton building. That's what I wanted to see. And our options are just limited as far as, I mean, the lowest cost option is the modular buildings on an annual basis here next to Town Hall.
And none of the space that's at the marketplace, for example, the space that the niche was in, could be, I mean, that was a pretty big space, and I just wondered whether that would accommodate.
Yeah, we've talked to Brixmor. They will not lease the corner retail locations to us because those are their highest visibility and best chance for commercial tenants to take that space because it's high visibility on the corners. So yeah.
So follow up on Sandy and Mark's questions, maybe to Leslie or Matt. If you've got 12 total staff and you got room for 2 to 4 at the 1500 Colton building, and how many field people are moving over to the fire station? So my question is, how many are left?
If all the field staff go back to the fire station, we would still have 5 to 6 staff.
Okay.
We could all fit, including the field staff and the park and open space superintendent. There is room for all of us to be under one roof at the Rock Creek Circle location.
Okay.
The best option long term is, I'm going to say it, you won't like it, but to build an addition here on the property that we purchased years ago for that purpose. But
that was
long term. That's a long term solution.
That was where I was going to go. I mean, we first talked about this when I got on the board in 2015. We allocated $250,000 for plans that are now on a shelf to expand our town hall, to put everybody under the same roof. So we're not shuffling around, we're not driving people around to meet with each other and get things done. It's for a 4 square mile town, the amount of space that we rent and move people around and have just wasted money with all of the tenant finish and moving and just general inefficiencies is it's pretty disappointing. So I hope that we can perhaps use this as an eye-opener and maybe dust off those plans and look towards doing that. I mean, if you add up all the money that we are spending on leasing the space, we could easily finance an expansion to town hall and have everybody under the same roof. So we just need to have the willpower to do it. And it was, the part of the discussion was not doing something until we've done community space. Well, we've definitely checked off that box here pretty soon. So I think that, I mean, yes, we need somewhere for staff, and my preference is let's maybe get them something on a temporary basis, but let's move towards getting everybody under the same roof and stop all of this rent expense on retail space that we would hopefully get sales tax dollars for.
So I've definitely been the champion of let's not invest in a town hall expansion without being on the other side of the community amenity conversation. It didn't take us long to get on the other side of the community amenity conversation before here we are having this conversation, but I'm happy to have it. And I appreciate the fact that we've got great staff. We need to give them a safe place to work. Having said that, Matt, you've made a lot of decisions. I mean, it was helpful to have the review of how many times people have moved over the years. You've made a lot of these decisions, right decisions, without this going to the board. So this feels a little odd that this is coming to the board. Having said that, if we've got 12 people, there's a couple field people, there's a couple that are going into 1500 Colton. Nobody's going to an office anyway right now. I believe the space here we're talking about is 3,900 square feet. Do I have that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So as a rule of thumb, I think you need anywhere between 125 and 225 square feet per person. It's kind of a rule of thumb for office workers, right? Unless you have a dance studio, and, but we don't have a dance studio. These are for the most part office workers. So while I appreciate the work, I just can't connect in my brain why we would sign a lease for what is 5 or 6 people at 3,900 square feet when our needs are for a quarter of that. To me, it feels over market rate. No disrespect, but it feels like a little bit more than the market could bear. And it's more than we need at this point. So I think it's an option. I think Sandy raised an excellent point that once we get 1500 Colton going, this is going to be the hottest property in town because this is going to be a draw for the entire community. And so people are going to be there. We're going to activate the space, and active spaces have that spillover effect. I think this building is going to have the spillover effect. So personally, I appreciate the work. This feels a little premature to be having this type of board discussion. I think this needs a little more cooking before we decide something. And there's no urgency because none of us are going to an office these days anyway. We're all seeing each other on Zoom.
So one of the things that I wanted to bring up, obviously we haven't seen the lease or the assignment here, but one of the things that concerns me, I mean, obviously I wouldn't be supportive of us taking an assignment of a lease that we, number one, haven't seen, and number two, an assignment that we haven't seen. So, obviously it's premature. One of the questions that I had just kind of philosophically is, whether there is actual, merit in taking an assignment of an existing lease rather than just signing a brand new lease with a landlord. I don't know whether the lease that was struck to begin with was a particularly, well drafted one, whether it was a good lease, in terms of a good bargain, for the tenant. I don't know. And so my preference would be to be starting off clean with a clean lease between a landlord and a tenant rather than, taking an assignment, unless there was a really good reason for doing so. Like it was a below market lease. And if we took the assignment, we were going to be getting the benefit of that, below market lease, and rather than having it get terminated and then executing a new lease. So food for thought. I think that this does seem a bit rich, and I'm concerned about tying it up frankly for 2.5 years. And my preference generally would be to sublease space on a month-to-month basis. And then frankly, I agree with the mayor. I mean, we've had the discussion about community space, and we prioritize that over making any additions to town hall. But I think now the time is right for us to move forward on that. So we've got the plans drawn up for it. I think we find some temporary space for Parks and Rec. Some of them will end up at 1500 Colton, but let's solve the problem and actually put all the employees that should be at town hall.
So I just want to add, I mean, I do agree with what everything has been said. You know, I think there's a broader problem we need to solve, and, you know, where is all staff going to go? There's a second half of 2020, first half of 2021 problem that also has to be solved. You know, because once Land Rover goes into construction, we've made all the Parks and Rec homeless again. And that's a reality. And we've got an awesome park staff. And quite honestly, I'm actually a little surprised we've been able to retain them. We had them shoehorned into the sports stable. You know, luckily we've kept most of them. They've got, you know, slightly nicer digs at Land Rover, but they do need a home for at least the next 9 months. And, you know, if that's, you know, taking over the Rock Creek School lease for a year, if that's negotiating with 100 Superior Way for both the sublease starting July 1 and expanding it beyond that for another 3 to 6 months, great. The reality is a lot of companies are, you know, a lot of businesses are leaving their office space. I think, you know, rather than, as Mark said, rather than taking an assignment of someone else's lease, let's just renegotiate directly with these folks. I think they're going to be very receptive to, you know, the town's finances are fairly stable, and I think we can get a good, I don't want to call it a deal, but basically a good deal for the next 12 months for our folks. And then let's have a transition plan on who goes into 1500 Colton next year, and then who goes into you know, future town hall. You know, just, you know, Leslie's got 12 people today, so how does it grow over time? Where do they fit, and when do we need to intercept it with additional space?
Okay, thanks for those comments. And, you know, I'm also hesitant to enter into a 2.5-year sublease or lease. You know, my preference would be to look at some of the additional space. I was looking at the floor plan tonight. There's the game room space is about double of what the existing office space is. That could be office space for a period of time. I don't want to take away space that we're designing for the community, but at the same time, we've got a responsibility to house our staff, and if we could put them in there for a period of time and then really advance this discussion on town hall expansion and a permanent space, I would much rather put them there for a year than, you know, than leasing space. I definitely will not support leasing out 1500 Colton to any other entity when we are then paying money to rent office space. That just absolutely does not make sense to me. So I just think we've bought a wonderful building. We're going to fix it up nicely. Let's put our staff in there, but let's also figure out a permanent home. But I think there's plenty of room in there that could be fashioned as office space, and then a year from now, 2 years from now, turn it into game space, whatever we want to do with it, great.
I have to agree with that I would really like to see us figure out some of the areas of 1500 Colton in particular that we're not necessarily going to be using right now. One thing that we didn't really talk about a lot in our discussion of the construction contract is how things are going to be different over the next year or two, or however long it is until we have a vaccine for COVID. I think a lot of the activities that we had initially anticipated in the space may or may not be able to happen. And or even if they can happen, will people want to be there in close proximity? So I have to agree with Clint that I'd like to see us take some of that space right now for office space. And I realize right now is actually about 9 months from now until the construction is done. But I do think at that point, you know, we will have rooms that, you know, maybe in the future we'd like it to be a game room, but for now it can very well be office space when we don't want to offer games there. Clint, I would disagree with you a little bit in that I'm not entirely against leasing out parts of 1500 Colton and then renting our own space elsewhere. To me, some of that comes in the fact that maybe there's a business that wants to rent space there specifically because it's at 1500 Colton and they're willing to pay a premium for that access to the community. So there may be a situation where the economics make sense. I don't want to make a blanket statement that we don't want to do that. But I don't want us to go in at least 2.5 years of space when we know that we know that office space prices are going to be falling significantly over the next 2.5 years. And I was in discussions today with my office where we're not opening offices for months. And we're talking about how do we even downsize our offices even once we do open. And I think that's discussions that a lot of businesses are having right now, and office space prices are going to be falling significantly as a result. I think it would be a really terrible fiscal move to lock ourselves into rent prices and contracting for something that we know is just about to start dropping. Well, it already has, but will continue to drop further.
Okay.
So the only additional thing I'll add is, like others, I don't ascribe to the philosophy of putting a Band-Aid on things that we should be fixing permanently. I'd like to figure out how to have a permanent solution so we don't have to continue to revisit this issue of where to house pro staff, and we're going to have growing staff once Downtown Superior is done. So I am in favor of at least exploring what we can do for expanding Town Hall. An additional point that I'd like us to do is, Matt, whatever type of space audits that you need to be doing, I think should be occurring. We need to be thinking about how we repurpose the community room in the sports stable. That's essentially a wasted space that we have access to. People don't use it. We're about to have Land Rover come online. We're going to have a significant more community space there. And then in Downtown Superior, once our community space gets built in that location, if we can turn that into a storage room or whatever it is, so we can open up more space in Town Hall to work with what we've got, I think that makes sense. I don't think we need that as a actual community room anymore. And let's see what other type of creative solutions we can come up with.
Okay, I appreciate everybody's comments. Staff will get together and come up with some options, and I'll give you an update.
Okay, so the motion on this item will be to pull this item, just pull it off the agenda, not act on it, if that's the way I'm understanding the direction of everyone. We do have a hand raised for public comment, so I'll go to that, and then we'll take a short break before going on to the next agenda item. So Sonia Critton, go ahead.
With the town of Superior, and frankly, Matt Magley, who's our town manager. Every single solitary day when we were having the ground broken out from under us, I asked for him to come over. He said he was too busy. A month later, we had to file a lawsuit against the town of Superior because it was too far for him to walk across the street. That was a really big deal. I have a trust issue with the town of Superior. I've also been walking every morning with the many people who have PhDs like myself, and looking at what they're doing in terms of construction. And I just pray for the people who buy the houses that were on 8 to 10 feet of water prior to this. And so I just, I will try to document things and help you as much as I can. But I'm not seeing anybody other than Alex Arenello actually coming over and helping with anything. So I hope that you guys are responsible. And that's what I'm going to say. I hope that you're responsible.
Okay, thank you for those comments. All right, let's take a quick break, 5-minute break, and we'll be back for agenda item 6.
I'm back.
Okay, I think everyone's back. If we could maybe turn off the screen share so we can open the public hearing. All right, just making sure everybody's back. Okay, yes, we're back. And we are on to item number 6, which is public hearing and adoption of a resolution on a final development plan to construct the Marshall Road Bridge over Coal Creek in downtown Superior. And also have a downtown Superior update. Do we want to do the update first and then open the public hearing?
Yeah, Mayor, I thought that Bill Jinks is on with us in the meeting. I thought he could provide the quick update based on current conditions in the market and stuff, and then we could get into the bridge design.
Okay, yeah, thanks, and welcome, Bill.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, just fine.
Okay, well, first of all, thanks for meeting in this format, and commendation to staff for all the hard work making this work and keeping the town efficient and operating through this whole thing. So glad to be here, glad to be able to talk to you guys tonight. So quick update on downtown Superior in the times of COVID-19. First I'll say, and I think you all know, we had excellent timing on the raise of our 2019 municipal bonds for the Superior metropolitan districts. As you know, that market is in large part shut down and has been since March. And so to have that capital in the bank at the Metro District ready to deploy on infrastructure projects around downtown Superior is just very lucky for the town and for us to be able to keep moving with all of the parks and bridges and roads and other infrastructure that we're doing around the site. So, thank you for your prudent decision on that in December. So in terms of COVID and its impact on the project, home builders luckily have continued to see new sales. Remington and Thrive, who are actively building out there, are seeing new home sales, which is good for the project to be moving forward. Remington and Thrive are both continuing work and building on blocks 25 and 26 and 14. With homes continuously, completing and closing and new sales coming in the door. New sales generally have slowed to probably between a quarter and half of what they were before March. So at some point that may have an impact on construction pace and how fast people keep building. But to date, we haven't seen any slowdown as both Thrive and Remington have a pretty good backlog of buyers and contracts that they're continuing to build to. So that's been the good news. The other good news is Toll Brothers hasn't made any indication that they would be slowing down. So they're continuing their work on infrastructure and working towards their phase 1 vertical development, excuse me. On switching over to infrastructure for a second, for the Parks 1 and 2, we are actively working on construction documents for Parks 1 and 2 around Coal Creek. We're working with staff on the budgeting and construction documents for those parks. We expect to be able to start construction by the end of this year, with the parks completing in third quarter of 2021. So that's exciting. We're also obviously moving forward on Marshall Road Bridge, which is what you have in front of you tonight for review and hopefully for approval, so that we can get to work on Marshall Road Bridge, which will connect the main vehicle infrastructure from Marshall down into the town center into Main Street, which is good news. And alongside, kind of concurrent with the parks, we're looking at building at least a portion of Creekview Road to connect Marshall Road over to Superior Drive and complete that infrastructure along with the bridge. So that's all good news. The little bit of bad news or where COVID has had an impact is on the Morgan Ranch project. As you know, we got the approval for that in December, and had been working through the beginning of the year in the capital markets, raising the joint venture equity and debt to build that project. We were nearing the final stages of that financing effort in March, when the short list of 3 or so people that we were coming to terms with all basically said pencils down. And that's kind of happening across the markets, especially in sort of joint venture equity, new development. Assets just aren't trading right now. People don't know what impact, if any, this is going to have on asset values, and that makes it really hard to underwrite new development opportunities. Long story short on that project is on sort of a temporary suspension, just waiting for the capital markets to come back. Luckily, RC Superior is being cooperative as land seller, and so there's no indication that project is dying or going away or anything like that, but it is on hold for right now. And so, while we were hoping to get under construction on that project this summer, I think a more realistic timeline is potentially starting construction in the beginning of 21, but at this point, probably no sooner than that. So, all of the Morgan Ranch vertical improvements on blocks 6, 7, 9, 10, and 11 will see a little bit of a delay because of the capital markets and their response to COVID-19. Another quick note on that, commercial and retail, especially as a market nationwide, has been was already a little bit of a troubled asset class, and because of this, with retailers shut down pretty much across the country, obviously it has had a devastating impact on retail real estate. And so the amount of commercial space that we had in that Morgan Ranch project, did prove to be a bit of a hurdle to get across with a lot of investors. And I know we had that discussion when we were talking about the live work. And so that did play out, as we're working right now to come up with options to address that, potentially bifurcating the financing of the project. But just so you know, retail and hospitality are both really, really difficult industries right now, and that's obviously because of our unique conditions for the moment. So moving on to the public financing, we talked a little bit a couple weeks ago about the there's a $35 million basically deficit between the bonds that we raised in 2019 and the total public project cost as we forecast it right now. We're getting close to having a finance package ready for you to review, where RC Superior would agree to basically buy a bond to provide those funds to finish the remaining $35 million of public cost budgeted for the project. So you'll likely see that in the next month or two. And my partner Sam is working on that with our bond counsel and the whole team over there. So that's forthcoming, but we're getting close on that. And that's it, unless there's any questions on a general update. Otherwise, I can quickly do a short intro for the Marshall Road Bridge and where we've been through process on that.
Okay, thanks for the update, Bill. Questions for Bill about update?
I've got a couple questions. Bill, I appreciate you taking the time to give us this update before we dive into the FDP. Can you give us a update on pedestrian and bicycle paths that could be added connecting Rock Creek to downtown Superior this summer, as we've discussed in prior meetings?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where we landed on that. I think the I mean, we're talking about making that connection to the pathway down in Tract H, and we've been working through some questions on Tract H that just got resolved. I don't have a good update on when we expect to make that connection, but I can certainly put it at the top of my list and make sure to get back to you, or get back to Matt in the next couple of days if you'd like.
That would be great. We're already nearing June, and I'm fearful we'll be another year gone without having a good way of connecting people from the rest of Superior into downtown Superior. Additional question for you, and I think I asked you this last time you gave us an update, is plans for actually constructing that park that is near Tract H, or in Tract H, on the south side of the Toll Brother property. And honestly, in thinking about it, that was part of the Toll FDP, but in later thoughts, I'd like to get your opinion on whether it makes more sense, rather than having that be something that's on your plate. I think it was $300,000 that you guys dedicated to building that playground. If that's something you'd rather just shift those funds over to the town and have the town bear the burden of responsibility for constructing that instead.
I'm certainly open to considering that. I don't want to make any decisions here right now, but I think in general, I'm certainly open to that concept. The question just becomes the timing. I think the requirement in the ordinance is with tolls phase 2, which would be triggered by their phasing plan. I don't see any reason right now that it wouldn't make sense just to dedicate that $300,000 to the town for your use when tolls phase 2 starts, where we otherwise would have spent it on building the park directly. But obviously, I should consult our whole team on that before we make any decisions. But if that's something the town wants to do, certainly, I can coordinate with the town manager and we can work something out there.
Yeah, I obviously, from my perspective, delivering amenities and access to both downtown Superior and new amenities to both current and future residents as soon as possible is one of my top priorities. So if we can figure out how to make that happen as quickly as possible, and in the scheme of things, that $300,000 is a pittance, and whether that can get moved up and just conveyed to the town in a nearer term, that way the town can get moving on that sooner, that'd be appreciated. So I'll just circle back with Matt in the coming week and hear what you're able to give an update on.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Anyone else have any questions for Bill? All right. With that, I'll go ahead and formally open the public hearing with the gavel. Phyllis, do we have proof of publication?
Yes, I do, if you can see that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right, proof of publication is confirmed, and turn it back to Bill to go ahead with the intro.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to let Angie from MIG handle most of the presentation, but I just wanted to give a quick introduction, just talking about our process. When you see these, it's always top of mind, but it's good to just acknowledge how hard everyone's been working on this for a long time. So we started designing this bridge in January of 2019, so about a year and a half ago, with MIG and with our structural bridge engineer. We started with Angie probably 10 different options, of which we landed on sort of 4 that we thought were appropriate and had very different aesthetics. We brought those to staff in July of 2019, so a little less than a year ago, and collectively decided on something very close to the option that you'll see tonight. And then since then, for the past 10 months or so, we've been working through design details and all of the details that go into the final development plan. And then, culminating in a review with Planning Commission 3 weeks ago and this presentation tonight. So, there's a lot of kind of technical design that goes into a bridge, including the specifications set forth by the hydraulic modeling for the creek and that overpass and the section of the bridge where the water goes through. And so we've, to a large extent, in determining the bridge span and width and major structural features, have had to stay within sort of the confines of that original analysis that established the hydraulic modeling. So that's just something to keep in mind as you're thinking about the total width and the span of the bridge. But I think Angie and MIG and all of our designers have done a really great job coming up with an attractive design that's going to provide a real amenity to this park. We've got a lighting package that's I think going to really add some sparkle to the Coal Creek corridor and a really nice amenity for downtown Superior and the town as a whole. So I'm excited to get started on it. And with that, obviously here for any questions, but I'll pass it off to Angie to take you through the design.
All right, thanks. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. I'm Angie Holzbus with MIG, and Bill gave a great intro. So we're the landscape architect and then working with a local design team here of structural, civil, lighting, and irrigation, of course. So with that, I will dive into the design. Let's see. Are you all seeing a full screen bridge over here? Full screen presentation? Okay, great. Okay, so this is the future bridge design at Marshall Road, and Bill already gave us some context. So the location, the road right now ends just by the Element Hotel. So here's Starbucks, and then the road ends just south of the Element Hotel. Here's Tesla. The bridge will go over Coal Creek and the regional trail on the north side of Coal Creek, and it will connect us to Main Street, which exists now, the sports stable, and then the future downtown Superior development. And Bill already gave us an intro on this, but the bridge will be built by Ranch Capital, the master developer, and we've been working closely with the town over the past year or so to make sure we have something that works with the drainage study and the existing Coal Creek improvements and the size of the structure. As Bill mentioned, we'd hope to gain approval this spring and then do construction documents and permitting this summer and begin construction this fall along with the parks, and then have the parks and the bridge built next year at some point. Okay, so this area with the darker gray hatch is the Coal Creek improvements that were just finished this past year. Those are really nice and a great central element that will anchor the park and then, of course, makes the bridge possible. Let's see. So this area was made possible by that FEMA project. The bridge is the project that we're talking about tonight, and then the parks will be built by the developer for the town as a separate project. So we're not asking for approval on anything shown in this lighter gray hatch tonight. As Bill mentioned, the size of the structure was determined by the drainage study that was done with the creek improvements. So high level, the area in blue demonstrates the amount of water that needs to go underneath the bridge in a flood event. And the idea is that you don't want the bridge to prohibit the creek from moving freely during a flood event. The span of the bridge is 90 feet wide or long by 50 feet wide on the top of the bridge. So when you're in the park, you're looking at a 90-foot structure with columns on either side, and it's 11 feet underneath. And then when you're on top, it's 50 feet wide. This is a view from the top looking north. Pretend like the Element Hotel is beyond here. There would be 4 overlooks on each of the corners where the columns are. A 5.5-foot bike lane, 2 10-foot travel lanes with a 1-foot stripe in the middle, another 5.5-foot bike lane, and then a 7.5-foot sidewalk. So our job is aesthetics. Basically, that's what we're here to talk about tonight. We start with the basic structure, and then we need to make it an appealing gateway. And then also it becomes a wayfinding element and a placemaking element. So this bridge is the gateway to downtown Superior. It needs to have a conversation with the elements surrounding us, and also needs to be nestled into the future parks. This blue line is the approximate route of the bridge. So this isn't to scale, but you can see this area right here is where the future bridge structure would go over the creek, and then the blue is the road route. Again, not to scale. So we're adjacent to the Element Hotel, Tesla. You can see the pedestrian bridge that goes over 36 very far in the back. And then to our left is the McCaslin underpass, and to our right is the US 36 underpass. And we have a mix of styles, if you will. So I'd say the McCaslin underpass, which is pretty vegetated when you're on the Coal Creek Trail, is more rustic. Let's see, and then we've got the pedestrian overpass, which you can barely see from our project over US 36. We have a contemporary feel with Tesla and the Element Hotel. And then it's all kind of grounded by natural materials in the creek, which is fantastic. The future Main Street in downtown Superior will be contemporary, but the great thing is it's all planned to be built with traditional materials. So hopefully we'll have a timeless feel. So we start with this, no offense to our structural engineer, but this kind of boring concrete box structure, and then we need to give it some character. So we began with the materials that are already here, planned to be here. So we have basically 3 things: concrete, steel, and brick. And then the downtown Superior signage, logo, and wayfinding. So we've chosen to do a timeless brick structure with steel caps, planter pots on top, and then the concrete abutment walls beyond, which are mostly hidden by landscape. This staircase is part of the future park and is not completely designed yet. Over here is the existing Coal Creek Trail, the Coal Creek improvements, and then everything else you see is future and conceptual. We've chosen to show planter pots that will have permanent irrigation on top of the brick columns. Simple articulation on the brick. The downtown Superior signage that will match the entry signage, the logo will match the signs that are already out here. And then we'll have wayfinding, so Marshall Road over the Coal Creek Path, and then to Main Street on the opposite wall. And we're looking east right now. So the mountains are behind us and 36 is beyond on the other side of the bridge. This is a view looking from if you were standing on a rock by the creek, which you probably aren't supposed to be doing, but you know, people will and we all will. This is a view at night. And as Bill mentioned, we'd like to do festoon lights on top of this, on this top rail. And those would be secured to the back of the rail and sort of hidden from the pedestrian roadside, but viewed from the park. Lighting beneath the bridge for safety, and then lighting on the signs, and then hopefully some landscape lights as well. And of course, the stairs will be lit with the park. This is a view of the conceptual stairs, just to show you the scale. So the columns are scaled correctly to the sides of the bridge and will provide an elegant backdrop to the parks. And then also sort of, you know, if you're standing by the downtown Superior sign, it's a photo opportunity as well. This is a view looking north on top of the bridge. As I mentioned before, there's 4 overlook areas. So here, 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 and then behind us. This is a close-up of one of the overlooks. Pretend like you see the mountains in the background here. And close-up of the road, and then what it feels like to be a pedestrian or cyclist here, or a driver. So we've scaled these columns so that you can see them from the road and it feels like a bit of a gateway. This is a view looking northwest. So we're in Park 2 right now. We're up above Park 2, maybe from you know, the roof of the future commercial pad looking to the northwest towards the mountains. And then this fly through is going to be probably a little jumpy on your end, but I'm going to try it anyway, and then you can all watch it on your own later if you'd like. Just a moment, I'm going to share a different screen.
While you're doing that, I want to give a quick attaboy to Stephen and Alex on that overlook thing. We had a different railing detail that actually kind of went straight in front of those overlook areas, which they, I think, rightly suggested we fix. And so I think I'm happy with the way that brick details ended up at the top of the bridge at the end of the railings there. It's much better than it was about 3 weeks ago. So.
Sitting by, trying to find my right screen. Okay, here we go. All right, so that is all we have for you tonight as far as the presentation goes. So I'll turn it back over to Clint.
Okay, thank you, Angie and Bill. Appreciate the introduction. Does staff have any additional introduction?
Yeah, I've got, so Stephen's on with us and Alex. I don't know if they, if either of you have any comments, feel free to share. Otherwise, we'll just open it up for board questions and comments.
I don't think so. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have none at this point.
Okay, thanks. We'll go to board questions, comments.
So I just have a very quick question because I'm actually a little confused between the staff memo and the final plans. In the staff memo on the second to last page, it mentions that the Planning Commission opted to recommend that the bike lanes be widened by 6 inches and travel lanes reduced to 10 foot 6 inches accordingly. Change can occur within the curb-to-curb emissions. This rest of row, blah, blah, blah. The applicant has updated their plans accordingly. It doesn't look like we've changed anything from the original design. I mean, everything in here is still a 5.5 foot bike lane and an 11 foot travel lane. Is that accurate?
So the bike lane started at 5 feet. It went up to 5.5 feet, and the travel lane went down from 11 feet to 10.5 feet. From
Right,
what Planning Commission saw.
Okay, so because I think in the drawings, I think we've got 11 foot travel lanes.
I can pull it up. I don't, Angie, can you confirm, or Jim, can you confirm whether or not the change was made?
We did make the change in the drawings. So in the Planning Commission meeting, we said 10.5 feet for the travel lanes, but actually once you add the lane stripe in the middle, it's a 10 foot travel lane. Here, let me get to the correct slide.
Yeah, I was just looking at, I think slide or page 12 of the drawings. And maybe there's a better drawing somewhere else, and it just had, 5 foot bike lane, 11 foot lane.
Okay. I know it's drafted correctly, and we apologize if we maybe missed some notes. But the intention is what you see here. Oh, you can't see that. Can you see my screen now? So this is the intention. 7.5 foot sidewalks, 5.5 foot bike lanes, the 2 travel lanes, and then there's some miscellaneous items in there that take up the rest of the 50 feet.
Okay.
And Trustee Shaw, you're correct. That section that you're looking at on the FDP sheets didn't get updated as it was supposed to. So it needs to, and I'll make sure it happens.
Okay, thanks. I was flipping through and it just didn't sync, so that's no problem.
Okay, other questions, comments from the board?
So I've got a question, and it's more trying to build my conceptual understanding of how this bridge will connect with Parks 1 and 2. If we look at the the northwest side of the bridge, if I'm remembering correctly, in the approved FDP for for Parks 1 and 2, there was an amphitheater down there, and there was stairs over on that side, and they were going to more or less interconnect with one another. Clearly, that's not being proposed here, and isn't one of the features. Can somebody please help me understand what may have changed with the Parks FDP? I know that was approved pre-Tesla and that things have adjusted since then, but help me understand what the conceptual vision is now for Parks 1 and 2. And from a perspective of pedestrian and bicycle flow, convince me that only one stairwell is adequate.
Angie, do you want to take that, or do you want me to answer?
I can take that, and then Stephen and Matt and Bill and whoever would like to fill in, that would be great. So Ken, you're right. The plans change for the parks, and so the parks are actually not a part of this FDP. The stairs are not even part of this FDP. Ranch Capital is just doing the bridge. So right now, though, the concept for the parks is just to have this staircase on the southwest side. And the reason for that is because we, when going through the park design, the park concept, we felt like it would be better to have paths for access into the parks, and then the northeast side of the bridge is actually taken up by a detention facility, and then there's ADA access on the southeast side via path. So there's a path on the northwest side and the southeast side that's ADA in the park. The amphitheater was removed because of cost and then also just changes in design. And then the stairs are really expensive, actually. So every set of stairs you add is just money that you're taking away from other amenities that could be in the park. So that's the reason for not having stairs. Stephen, did you want to add anything?
Can you show a top-down view of the park to speak to?
Yeah, let me find that.
I think that's fine. That last one. So we basically have 4 quadrants on the park design, and you can't see my cursor because it's Angie sharing the screen, but in the northwest where the Tesla is, that's primarily a pedestrian access down to the park. So there's 2 points. Angie's showing one where there's a couple series of stairs that will get down to the park. And then there's one a little further west that is a little bit covered up, but you can see a kind of meandering, more at-grade trail that doesn't require any stairs, that can give access for bikes to get down to the Coal Creek Regional Trail. So that was an important, something that we were trying to include with the assumption that the bikes are going to be trying to get to, or cyclists are going to be trying to get to the regional trail rather than the trail that's planned for more internally within the park. And similarly, the location of the stairs in the southwest corner of the bridge is geared towards getting pedestrians down to the trail. We didn't want to send pedestrians down because it actually falls out or opens up right onto the trail. So you don't want pedestrians walking down the stairs when you have conflict with the cyclists. So that's another reason that kind of supports, in addition to the improvements in the northeast corner, the other stair connection was proposed in the northeast corner. There's not a lot of park area there to begin with, and that is even more constrained now with some regional detention needs that weren't known in 2016. So there's a pond that's in that area now. Also some grade constraints that would make it difficult, but they are, the applicant is going to look at maybe a social, like formalizing what would end up becoming, a social trail, not paved, but more of a crusher fines if the grading works to get you from like the Element parking lot to Park 2 east of Marshall Road. And then the other clarification I guess I'd have is that we did, focus carefully on making sure we had access not just for pedestrians and cyclists, but also for ADA users, and that'll occur in the southeast corner through Park 2, as Angie's showing. So is that helpful?
And I would just add a quick clarification. So this was an older design. We're concurrently updating the parks. We're getting pricing, making everything happen. But there's a trail in between the middle of these two now. So there's just one access here, and it's a more graceful, just one ADA bike trail that connects everything. So you don't have to go down any stairs. In my opinion, that's better than having stairs.
Okay, I appreciate the additional context. Stephen, a question for you. Obviously, this is a bridge FDP. However, in looking at it, I mean, clearly the bridge, in a literal sense, is just getting us over the Coal Creek waterway. However, in looking at the design, the stairs are actually kind of built in and part of the design and aesthetics of the bridge. Is there staff concurrence that those stairs really don't actually belong within this FDP?
That's more of a budgetary issue, so I don't usually jump into that ring and discuss that too much. I think that there's an argument from both sides in terms of you need the stairs. I mean, it's a 50-50 split in my mind. It's just however it's going to get built, and from my understanding, the whole project's kind of getting built concurrently. So I didn't have too much concern about it. It's just more of a financing question as to where that funding is coming from.
Yeah, and I agree, and that was the basis of my question. So maybe Matt, maybe that's a question for you, or I don't know if Paul's on or whoever should be taking this question. But in my mind, when I look at these stairs, they are a part of the bridge, and they're integrated into the bridge. And this is something that both services the bridge and the parks. And I understand that there's different funding sources for those. So making sure that we are properly allocating who pays for those stairs, I think is important, and that I hear agreement from town staff that this is being allocated the way it should be.
Yeah, I think I want to hone in on that too, because, I can't trying to pull this up on my computer with all the other stuff we're doing. It's kind of hard to go in and look at Parks 1 and 2, but I don't remember stairs being an element in the design of Parks 1 and 2. And so if now this is being considered part of Parks 1 and 2, and these steps are very expensive, I don't want that being now assumed that that's going to come out of the budget of Parks 1 and 2.
So the stairs typically aren't part of the right of way. In addition, so the reimbursement has to go through the third-party engineer for verification of where those costs are allocated. There's an additional step on the request is made, and then the third-party engineer reviews. We provide our comments. RC Superior provides their comments to them, and then they ultimately make the decision on cost allocation for these public improvements and how they're allocated. But yeah, typically the stairs wouldn't be part of the right of way.
So meaning they are part of the bridge or part of the park expenses?
Part of the park expenses.
If this decision is going to ultimately be made by the third party, I'd appreciate if we make a stronger argument. It's feeding the right of way from the pedestrians. We have the sidewalks on the bridge. To me, it's directly linked and integrated. I think at least considering some type of budgetary split at a minimum makes sense.
Well, so I'll give you my 2 cents, which I what my 2 cents are going to be, but the stairs, the bridge functions with or without the stairs equally well. It serves its purpose of getting over the creek and providing pedestrian and vehicular access from Marshall and McCaslin down across the creek into the project. The stairs really don't do anything except for service the park. Without the park and the trail down there, there's no reason for the stairs. Structurally speaking, they're a completely separate structure from the bridge, and so they will be built with the park, not with the bridge. And so they really are part of the park design and part of the park budget as such, and not part of the Marshall Road Bridge budget.
Right, but Phil, so much, you could make that same argument about so much. You could have built Main Street without the brick, right? But you're making a distinction around again, this is the reason why you have an architect here, is because you had a civil engineer who built a box, but this is all about the aesthetics. So if you really want to go there, 100% of what we're talking about is aesthetics and is effectively out of the 10 million. So this is a really slippery slope for me.
No. So the aesthetics, so we have, I think already come to a pretty fair position here where the aesthetics, the bridge is going to cost about double what the just plain bare structural concrete bridge would cost. And that is not part of the park's budget. That's part of the bridge budget. And so we are allocating probably twice as much money to this bridge than we absolutely necessarily have to. just as a function of making it look nice, putting all the brick on it, the pilasters, the planters, the lighting, all of that is bridge budget. Everything that you're approving that you see in the bridge FDP drawings is not part of the park budget. What I'm saying, the stairs are not part of the bridge FDP. They're not part of the bridge structure. They're not part of the bridge project specifically. The stairs
The stairs
themselves
are part
the
of
park.
the, are the stairs part of this this noticed FTP or not?
No. You can see
They
they're
were
outside of the
actually
dashed line there.
included. Yeah. And so the stairs are part of an improved FDP already. And so they're already within the parks 1 and 2 FDP boundary that the FDP that the town did, which is already approved.
So, and therein lies is the difficulty that I'm having with this is because that FDP has changed, even though it was approved, it has materially changed. It is significantly different than what was approved by the board back in, what was that, 2016, whenever it was. So we're essentially reimagining what this is looking like here. I can't go to that FDP and rely on it any longer. So to make sure that, I mean, I don't need to beat a dead horse. I am concerned that we're not integrating it into the FDP for the bridge here. I do think there is overlap and that there should be shared costs in those stairs. Another question I had, we received a email from a resident in town, and it actually looked like when I reviewed the minutes of the planning commission meeting that it was discussed. Can you speak a little bit to the decision not to add any type of sculpture or additional art rather than just the planters on the bridge?
So the discussion we had in the planning commission meeting was really just around flexibility. The planters require irrigation and drainage where sculptures don't. And so if you take out the planters now and say you want it to be sculptures, then we can save some money and some complication by removing the drainage and the irrigation, but that doesn't let you put plants up there. My personal opinion, I love artwork and I love sculpture and I love placemaking and all of that. I think at some point, if you have 8 sculptures on each corner of this bridge, it becomes more kitschy than anything. I think a few larger statements of art are more appropriate. We've designed a lot of wall space on this for murals and talked to the staff liaison to the arts committee about starting to coordinate some mural art for both the wall on the underside of the bridge and potentially some area on the lateral side. So we like incorporating art there. Ultimately, this bridge is going to be town owned. We're going to dedicate it to the town upon completion. To maintain flexibility, I would say keep the pots and the plants as we have them. If the town wants to take the plants off and put sculptures there, it's going to be your bridge. Of course, you can do that. And so we don't really see any issue with that. But to maintain flexibility for you and to be able to have plants if you want, annual flowers or something like that in these pots, which I think does add a really nice feeling to, otherwise the bridge by necessity is a lot of concrete and asphalt, and bringing these pilasters up with that additional irrigation and drainage brings some greenery up to that pedestrian level that I think is quite nice. So that's just a personal design decision, but to my earlier point, if you leave it with the pots and let us build it with the pots, then you can ultimately do whatever you want with those top of those pillars.
So Bill, I appreciate you bringing up the concept of murals underneath, and clearly, in my mind, that also is part of the bridge. Is there any type of budget allocation for actually hiring a artist to install those murals and paint the murals underneath?
I don't, Angie, in our budget right now, do you know if we have an art line item like that? I don't think so.
And no, we don't, because I think the understanding is that the town's arts committee is in charge of all art in town, and there's a lot of thought that goes into that. For example, the developer built the McCaslin Roundabout, and then ended up putting art there later. So I believe, and anyone else correct me if that's wrong, that's the arts committee that's in charge of that.
Yeah,
so one of the, Ken, do you mind if I come in
go
on
for
that?
it.
So one of the things we're trying to do, so I'm the liaison for CAPS, for the committee that is doing a lot of this. And we created a slogan a year or two ago, art before you dig. The same way, call before you dig, to make sure you're not hitting underground utilities. Before you start bringing backhoes, let's think about the art. Because what we want to do is exactly what we didn't do on the McCaslin Roundabout. We got really lucky on the McCaslin Roundabout, but we did not collaborate with you or the developer at the time of the McCaslin Roundabout and said, hey, you know what we need to do? We need to have a 32-foot tall piece in the middle of this thing. Instead, after it was designed, we came out and went through a process and designed some art. And to your very point, we designed the art and had some huge concrete boulders, pillars that we intended to create to have as the pillar. Unfortunately, we were unable to execute on that pillar strategy because of the buried utilities. Had we done what the CAPS committee is advising us to do now, which is art before you dig, we would have potentially relocated some of those utilities or maybe pre-buried some of those pillars or done something. And so the question is fair. We don't want to, as an afterthought, bring on some type of artistic element. The question is, what artistic elements beyond the overlook, and which, by the way, is aesthetically just really appealing, reminds me of a bridge on the west shore of Lake Tahoe called the Fanny Bridge, because people tend to look over and you look at their fannies as you're driving by. It's a really, just aesthetically, it's a really nice overlook. I like it. And so good work there, but more traditional art, whether or not it's sculptural art or murals or anything else, was anything taken into consideration? And I think the answer is no. And as the liaison for CAPS, I just want to communicate that that's a little disappointing.
No, and we absolutely did. We think there should be a mural on the underside of the bridge. We've put in extra lighting under there to light that mural. And when I talked to the staff liaison to the committee about that about 6 months ago, so we certainly thought about it. Or actually at that time, we actually had a longer span of wall on the left side of the bridge facing west that we also identified as a potential mural area. That actually got taken up with grade because the grade changes over by Tesla and everything. So that wall to the left of the downtown Superior sign used to be like an 8-foot tall wall that was a great opportunity for art. But I think it's actually going to be a lot more aesthetically pleasing with the burned earth and landscape coming down than it would be as another wall there. But underneath the bridge where the person is under there, we've put extra wall washers to have some nice even lighting under there for mural art under the bridge, which I think is a great opportunity to take what's oftentimes sort of an overlooked area with this great pedestrian access under there and create some mural art there.
So I have a question that kind of flows from what Ken raised earlier. So obviously after we approved the Parks 1 and 2 FDP back in the summer of 2017, subsequent to that, we approved the Tesla FDP, which necessitated an amendment to the FDP for the parks because there was some real estate that was taken for purposes of the parking lot for the Tesla dealership. Now we're hearing that the amphitheater that was planned as portion of Parks Park 1, I guess it is, to the west side of the bridge is no longer being contemplated. What else, if anything, is no longer being contemplated as a result of either this bridge or otherwise in Parks 1 and 2?
I don't specifically, I'm not I don't know off the top of my head because this isn't really about the parks. Angie, do you have a short list of changes that have happened to the park design, or I don't know, staff, if you want us to, or town attorney, if you want us to talk about that on this agenda item, or how that works?
I mean, I think generally that might be kind of beyond the scope of this particular FDP. I mean, in terms of kind of having context, I think some questions might be helpful for context. However, ultimately, kind of the scope of what the board is looking at is whether this FDP is compliant with the final plat.
Well, I think this is it's appropriate to talk about it because one of the things that we talked about with Parks 1 and 2 is that we didn't want to build Parks 1 and 2 and then rip out all the improvements along the creek for purposes of installing a bridge. So we needed to build a bridge and then build the parks, not build the parks first and then rip out all the improvements. One of the improvements was, the amphitheater along Coal Creek. One of the other improvements was there's a water feature and a kids play area on the southeastern side of the bridge that was also kind of built into the bridge, abutting the creek.
Yeah, well, and they're certainly not built into the bridge, but they are adjacent to the bridge.
Yeah, adjacent.
The play area is still there.
So you had a couple things going on here. You had the Tesla FDP and construction that was done. You had the Coal Creek improvement FDP and construction that was done. Those both had impacts on Park 1. So the parking lot that was originally planned for Park 1 shifted over to the south of the creek along Creekview Way. The creek is more to the north, the Mile High Flood District, because of the drainage studies and everything, that creek alignment shifted to the north as well. So that shrunk Park 1 on the north side of the creek, but it increased Park 1 on the south side of the creek. The play area in Park 2 is still there for the kids, the field, the lights, the seating, all that's still in place. Some of the low water crossing points along the creek shifted a little, and the connections to those shifted a little. And then you have the restroom in Park 2, and there's the amphitheater was discussed as part of the plaza, as part of the Morgan Ranch project. And one of the discussions there was, do we need 2 amphitheaters? Do we need, a spot in off of Main Street at the plaza area and one in Park and another one in Park 1? We could always build that or have that built in the future if it's decided that we want to have 2 locations for that. But
and part of this, I think, Angie, or Jim, you can fill in the blanks. The grading over here changed quite a bit between that original plan and this current plan. The old park plan had these big terraced planters that came down off of here with this steps, and that was part of the amphitheater, and then a big flat lawn, which now you can see the grading actually follows the road, and you have more of a hillside condition with plantings coming off of Marshall Road down into the park. And I'm quite honestly not quite sure what drove that design change, or what that grading change.
So this is Jim. The original design had all those terraces there, but as Matt mentioned, the creek got pushed further north. So a lot of that just became infeasible with the changes to where the creek is. So that it just didn't fit. So there is a lot more room now on the south side, as mentioned, to potentially do an amphitheater there if you wanted to. There's lots of space there, but we needed the grading on the north side to slope down from the road down to the creek to guide the overbank flood flows through the bridge. And we actually had discussions with Mile High Flood District as recently as 2 weeks ago about this particular issue. And they're comfortable with the way the grading is done now. That was one of the reasons why the big blank concrete wall at the northwest corner of the bridge was reduced, as Bill mentioned, was because Mile High Flood really wanted the grading to look the way it's drawn right now.
And to Matt's point, we do have an amphitheater planned for the central plaza. I think that's a better place for it in terms of drawing people and having the retail amenities around it. It'll help drive commercial leasing in those spaces on Main Street and around the plaza. We have plans for full 50 amp service and a shade structure and everything on that little amphitheater in that plaza facing that green space that you guys remember from the Morgan Manch FTP. So I like the idea of using that more and keeping the more active uses towards the plaza and towards Main Street, and letting the park be a little bit more passive. While we'll still have plenty of the kids play features and trails and everything. I like the idea of getting the events into Main Street and into the plaza. So from a use standpoint, I think that makes sense.
Okay, thanks. Maybe Angie, if you could take the screen share down as we continue the discussion, and we can put it back up if we need to reference anything. But okay, additional questions or discussion? Okay, I'd like to offer an opportunity for public comment. We've got one hand raised. Anyone else who would like to make public comment on this public hearing, please indicate by raising your hand, and we'll go with Sonia Critton. Go ahead. Sonia, go ahead. Sonia, go ahead. Okay, not getting anything, so we'll move on back to board discussion. Anyone have any?
Yeah, I just had a quick question since I know Alex is on the line. It was really a question I shot to him earlier, because one of the things I've learned is, when you're adding pedestrian safety, it's easier to do it at the front end rather than trying to remodify it later. And as I look at the crossing from the Element Hotel over to, I guess, the west side of the street, it's right in front of the turning island. And, why not try to incorporate the refuge, or why not try to incorporate the crosswalk through the island so that there is a refuge in the middle. However, that was my concern over the weekend, but the more I continue to look at this, I don't even know that people are going to cross here. I think people are going to create social trails and just go straight down the path. That said, it's still probably a heck of a lot easier to do it, at the front end rather than try to modify it later.
Neil, I did talk to Jim Bostovich about this, about physically whether he could do that. And there are some design issues, but it's not insurmountable. That ped crossing is really for the Element Hotel users to cross there to get down over to the Park One side. We are working on another option to get them so they wouldn't have to cross Marshall, get them on the east side. That would probably entail steps of some sort, because we do have some great issues on that side. So we can certainly continue to look at that. We recommended putting that ped crossing over there. We didn't want to put it north of the Element Hotel driveway, because you're crossing more lanes of traffic and it's a much wider street there. So that's why we recommended on the south side to have an opportunity for pedestrians to cross. Again, I don't think it's going to be heavily utilized. So that's why we had it as a painted crosswalk.
Yeah, I worry more about the one that's not on the schematics. It's a little bit further north, when folks cross from Tesla over to, sort of the Bishops and T-Mobile area, that one's, heavily trafficked, and it's, cars accelerating and decelerating. That's a different problem. Yeah, I don't, the folks that are coming from the Element and that want to get to the other side of the bridge, it's probably going to be easiest for them to just go straight down to the creek and go under the bridge.
Right.
I think that the challenge always is, if you put the pedestrian crossing here, people will use it, and has it been designed safely? So, all right, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions, comments? Andy, you have something?
So, and I've been trying to check some notes at the same time. I mean, I learned things during the presentation that were not in the packet, inconsistent with my memory, concerned me greatly. I don't have any questions at this point, but I think we should be proceeding very cautiously. And if we close the hearing and don't have any other questions, I don't feel like I don't know what questions to ask. I need time to do research to figure out what questions need to be asked of the developer. We've been talking about this for years. We've always known that it was a chicken and egg scenario. Do you build the roads and the bridges before the park? Do you plan for the park? We made some decisions. There were some good things in my notes around some comments that board members were making around sort of acting in good faith for a partnership with the developer. And it feels like things have changed that are a little inconsistent with my memory. So while I have no further questions, unfortunately at this point, I don't think I know what questions I need to ask in order to be properly satisfied to approve this. So I think we should be proceeding with great caution this evening.
So I want to be respectful of what is agended, but for me to fully understand the context of approving this FDP, Matt or Stephen, can you guys walk me through the process for the parks going forward? Is there anything that's going to be coming to the board? I know there's an approved FDP out there already that is, in my mind, materially changed. What type of input from our level and participation at our level will there be with Parks 1 and 2 going forward?
Yeah, I know none planned at this point. I mean, the changes to the parks were a direct reflection of the approved plans for Tesla and for the Coal Creek stream improvements.
But wait a minute, man, I just want to challenge that for a minute, because what we heard during, what I just heard anyway, maybe something else was said, but when you talk specifically about stairs on the other side, well, you could do, what I heard was, well, you could do stairs, but every dollar you spend on stairs on the other side, you're taking away from other park amenity. So that's not a change that was made, that was necessitated because of the stream got moved a little bit or Tesla came in. That was a conscious decision based around budgets.
Yeah,
part of the applicant's testimony this evening. So
sorry?
I'm just telling you my strong caution here is that we call a timeout. I'd love nothing more than to get this approved, but my head is spinning and I don't feel like I have the right questions to ask at this point. I need to check my notes, probably watch a couple of videos and figure out how we got here.
As far as the bridge design or the parks?
These two things have always been so commingled. Recall that, there was a very healthy conversation around even approving the FDP. And personally, I need to check my notes and figure out exactly why, my memory may not reflect what I'm about to say, but one of the reasons was I was reluctant to approve the FDP for the park design was because of how can you do one without the other? It felt to me to be premature. So, but regardless, we have an approved FDP at this point, and I'm very concerned around a decision that will make around what a bridge should look like may impact something that we've already approved and intend on building. And I'm supportive of building, it passed. I'm supportive of building that. But at this point, we can't. And the changes, to Ken's very good point earlier, are material, huge.
The reality is I just don't know what we're building in the parks anymore. If you were to ask me what do these parks look like, I could not answer that question.
Right, and we heard testimony from the developer tonight that, well, the amphitheater is going to be better off downtown than that.
Well,
okay,
no,
but
they also said it could be on the south side. So, I mean, things have moved because the stream has moved because of flood. Things have changed out of our control. So, but I've also heard that some things have gotten smaller, some things have gotten bigger. Maybe you move it to the other side of the creek, but I think there's also some timing issues with some very important timing issues why we should not be delaying this to some future date. So I'm very concerned about what I'm hearing towards let's maybe not move forward with this.
I think the question really for Matt and potentially for Bill or Stephen is, do we need to see an amendment to the FDP for Parks 1 and 2 to get built? And is that the plan, if so?
So my plan was, has always been an administrative amendment for the parks based on the changes that were made due to the creek realignment and the drainage improvements that were needed for the Tesla pad and the parking that was moved. And then RC Superior would bid that out and begin construction. And I can give the board a summary of those exact changes due to those plans that were approved by the town, and then updated FDP, and we can provide that to you electronically, and then take any questions. But that was the plan.
Okay, thanks for that.
I'm kind of where Kevin is right now. I mean, I am very confused, and I know. I mean, we've put the stairs in, even though we say they're part of the park. Although the park expense, although I do not remember that as part of the discussions. And like Kevin, I'd want to go back and look. But when we made the accommodations for Tesla, all we did was move the amphitheater over adjacent to the bridge. I mean, you can look at it on the park design. And, we don't even see that sort of penciled in anywhere on these designs. So I am concerned that there's some assumptions being made on this design that do not take into account what we've agreed to on those two parks. And, quite honestly, I just haven't dug into it until just now, based on some of the comments that was made tonight. So I'm very reluctant to move forward on any sort of a decision tonight until I've had more questions answered on how these two work together.
So I'll jump into that boat. It is impossible for me to know whether or not it is the right thing to approve this FDP until I conceptually know what the plan is for the parks, since I have not seen what the conceptual plan is for the parks since it materially changed. My proposal would be that we continue this public hearing at our next board meeting, and that as an agenda item prior to this FDP, a presentation of what the current conceptual design is for the parks be provided. That way we have adequate context to be able to rule on this FDP.
So if I could just
I would
chime in.
concur with that.
So, so I think it's fine to continue the meeting just so the board can have more context concerning this application. I would just point out, that ultimately kind of the scope will come down to, the provisions of the ordinance, which is to make sure there's compliance with the FDP, and not necessarily that it's compliant with another FDP or anything of that nature. I think it's fine to continue it to kind of get the background information, but I think ultimately the board needs to look at whether it complies with the ordinance at issue. So I just wanted you to all to kind of keep that in mind. So I think it's fine to continue. Ultimately, the decision is going to rest on, what the ordinance states and what it requires.
Okay, Dan, thanks for that. And I feel like we're venturing off of task here. We're here to approve this bridge, and I'm fearful that, and we're also kind of venturing into position. So why don't let's try to finish questions of staff, close this public hearing, then we'll go into discussion, and then we can make a decision from there. But we're starting to move into the direction of positions and next steps. So anything further from staff or the applicant?
Can I just ask Stephen for staff's position? Does staff agree that the stairs are not a portion of this FDP application for the bridge, and that the stairs are actually part of the FDP for Parks 1 and 2?
I'd have to go back to confirm what was included with the FDP for Parks 1 and 2, but certainly it is not part of this submittal. So, and I guess the other thing I'd clarify is that everything within this submittal is really within a platted right-of-way for Marshall Road that's already done. So that's part of the impetus for how this FDP was divided from the former FDP. You have a right-of-way that was platted when we created Parks 1 and 2, and we platted that right-of-way even though it's, 20 feet above the current creek. So it's, it's a roadway that's in the air, but that right-of-way exists all the way to the ground. So the boundary for the right-of-way won't change, I guess, regardless of how we split costs associated with the parks. And the stairs are technically within Park 1, not within the right-of-way.
And just so for my part, before you close public hearing and I can't talk anymore, that obviously it's up to you if you'd like to continue. To me, the bridge in itself is relatively limited in scope and scale and everything by the existing creek requirements for the hydrology and the flood conditions. I think the thing at question is really the aesthetics of the bridge and the brick pilasters, the planters on top, the lighting scheme. I haven't heard a lot of discussion, about that, which I think is what we really should be talking about. If you hate the way the bridge looks and you think it should go a completely different direction and be a steel railroad trestle bridge or something else like that, that's what we should talk about, certainly. But if you like the bridge design with the brick detailing and the way that MIG has proposed it, regardless of what happens with the parks, there's not going to be much change to the actual bridge design itself. It needs to span from one point to another point. Those points are already set by a bunch of work that engineers have done on the floodplain and the creek improvements. And so, I would argue it's in your best interest to get the bridge going. In any case, no matter what happens with the park, you're going to want to build the bridge first because it has deep foundations and riprap all around it, and you need to get that bridge in physically first before you build the park improvements around it. So it makes sense. And right now we're planning to have the bridge approved now or in the next month or two and start construction on that this fall, with the park to start construction shortly thereafter in January. Again, completely your choice. If the bridge approval does move, that basically just pushes everything out and you're getting your bridge and ultimately your parks, a day later for every day that this goes on. So, obviously defer to your guidance and your opinions here and your choice to delay or not. But, again, I think we would all be best served by getting the bridge in the ground as soon as we can, and kind of getting these improvements underway. And then the parks, if you want to have more oversight on the parks, I think that's up to you and town staff to decide how that process works. To me, that's sort of a separate issue from getting the bridge going.
I guess what I was with the bridge design, and I'm not saying this has to be this way, but this was a surprise to me when I saw the plans for it. I had kind of read the email around the design for the bridge as art before you dig, meaning how can we incorporate art into the form of the bridge? Not build a standard bridge and then add some sculptures or murals or flower pots on top of it, but could there be something, I don't want to say revolutionary, but something really unique around the actual structural design of the bridge? And so while I really appreciate that the bridge that you have designed fits in with the overall aesthetic of the area, I mean, I think to me, it matches in design I'm sure not structurally, but at least to a layperson, it matches the design of the bridge over 36 in terms of the look and feel. But for something that is right the entrance to our downtown, I just was expecting something that looked a little bit more exciting. I certainly, Bill, hear your points around let's put in the basic design and then add the art later. I just was hoping that more of that art would be incorporated into the actual structural design.
I'd like to just add a couple quick things. So we did engage the CAPS committee more than a year ago. So we definitely, I love art. I love making art part of the built form. So does Bill. I really appreciate, candidly, having the opportunity to work for Bill because he always up-levels the aesthetic of what we do, which is rare. So, and then the stair thing from a design, I'm sorry I made it a money thing, but that's part of the parks design. And honestly, it's a grading exercise. It's a technical exercise. It's also a space thing. So I wouldn't just look at it as like, we didn't put them in because of the money. And frankly, Bill wasn't even involved in the, too much in, how many staircases we have. There's a playground on the southeast side that we want to leave as much room for. We really are prioritizing ADA access, and MIG always prioritizes that, and we don't call it ADA, it's just, accessible places for everybody. And so that's what the stairs is about. It's not a money thing, and we're trying to, make this the best place possible. So sorry for putting that tone on it.
And Laura, just to quickly speak to your point, I totally appreciate the thought to have a more structurally interesting bridge, and certainly there are some bridge design in itself is an art form that structural engineers and architects fantasize about, quite honestly. But to be honest, to do some Eero Saarinen designed structural, very, very sculptural concrete piece here for a bridge, it's just not in this project budget. I mean, we're already taking what's an expensive element of the project and adding quite a bit of money to it for these aesthetic improvements that we've proposed, just in order to, we think it adds value to the property and to make it consistent with the rest of downtown Superior, and it's an opportunity for signage and wayfinding, and that's all great, and we see the sort of mutual benefit in that. There's no contractual or PD obligation to do really any of the things we're already doing, and to take that and multiply it by 5 times for this structural wonder, you know, I would love to personally as an architect, but it's just not really feasible within the budget. The project, as I talked about a little bit already, the public improvements on this project, we already have a $35 million deficit, and that's costs that basically RC Superior is going to have to come out of pocket to fund because there isn't the bond capacity there to fund it. And so there just isn't any more money in the project to pay for extravagance. And I do think we've done a nice job of creating a efficiently designed bridge that's also going to really be an attractive place and add an amenity to the community. So, you know, it's always my job to
Okay, anything for
do what we can.
questions?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, any further questions before we close the public hearing? All right. Public hearing is closed. Discussion.
I'll go first. Bill, thanks for coming back again and doing this virtually. I know that this isn't necessarily the preferred forum for these types of quasi-judicial proceedings, but I appreciate you giving it a shot. I think that this bridge is consistent with the PD and, you know, with the FDPs. And, you know, while, you know, if it were my money, I would have, you know, preferred to have something that was, you know, really architecturally amazing. I understand that that comes with a cost. And, you know, this is not our money. This is the developer's money. So, you know, at the end of the day, I look at the bridge and I think it's fine. It's functional. It is going to get people from point A to point B. And I think it's important for us to continue to move this project along. We have the funding available right now with the bonds that have been you know, issued for these infrastructure projects to continue. And I think ultimately, you know, our decision tonight here is in considering this FDP application, is it consistent with the PD and the town code? And I think that it is. I think that there are issues that are, you know, appropriate with respect to, you know, the impact on the parks, but I don't think that those are necessarily relevant for purposes of denying this application tonight. I think that there are questions that need to be answered. You know, if the board needed additional time to just have that additional information given to it, I wouldn't necessarily oppose, you know, continuing the actual vote on this issue to the next meeting so we could have a better understanding from town staff as to, you know, what specifically would be modified in the Parks 1 and 2 FDP, you know, by way of administrative amendment. But even if we didn't have that information, I still think that this application as it sits before us tonight is consistent with the PD, is consistent with the town code, such that it should be approved. So I'm happy to see the bridge finally coming before us. I'm going to be really happy to see dirt being moved and the parks being built and actually progress on this side of the project. So I'm going to support it, but I will also support a, you know, reasonable continuance of the vote if the board wants to hear just some additional information from town staff about the impact on Parks 1 and 2.
All right, thanks, Mark. I'd like to go next.
I'll go. I agree a lot with Mark. I think the bridge meets the specific criteria. You know, it actually looks a lot like the other bridges within town. The overlooks are great. It's got a fantastic use of brick. Could there have been some more art elements? Sure, but that would have probably added a lot of cost. And I think it's a reasonable bridge. It's, you know, functional. I also agree with what Mark said. You know, I'm agreeable to continuing the conversation to make sure that we have some more clarity on Parks 1 and 2, but it won't fundamentally change my perspective on the bridge. But, you know, I think it's important that, you know, as a board, we sort of recognize, you know, what is in and what is not in, and, you know, understand that going forward. So more than willing to continue this till the next meeting, or, you know, if we want to vote, I'll probably vote yes tonight.
Okay, thanks, Neil. Who'd like to go next? I will, or Ken, go ahead. Ken, then Kevin, then Laura, Sandy.
So I don't disagree with anything that Mark and Neil have said. I fundamentally the bridge meets the criterion, and I will approve it. The problem is I don't know what type of feedback to give or what type of comments to have, because the context is important here. The signage that's on the side of the bridge, downtown Superior to Main Street, the different features, those are important, and those could change based off what the context is to the park. If we had to move forward tonight, I would in all likelihood vote yes, but I would feel a lot more comfortable and confident in my ability to provide good context and feedback, and have that dialogue with the developer if we were to postpone this to our next meeting, so we had that additional context as to how the parks fit into this puzzle. Yeah.
Thanks, Ken. Go ahead, Kevin.
I think everybody raises some good points in that. We've talked historically about unintended consequences. We talked about unintended consequences when we approved the Parks FDP a few years ago, a couple years ago, whenever that was. And I think we need to again talk about the unintended consequence of approving something, approving it. It's a bridge. Okay, if you go with does it meet the requirements? If it safely gets cars from over the creek on Marshall, then effectively it may meet the requirements with a few aesthetic add-ons. But the bottom line is, if we install this bridge and we have compromised the vision of what we promised the previous board and the community we would execute on Parks 1 and 2, I have a real problem with that. I have a real problem with that. And so, in my questions, I have not had all my questions properly answered, not because the developer didn't do their best, but because I don't think I know what my questions are yet. You cannot, this was the concern I had a few years ago, where it's very challenging to decouple a bridge, road, creek improvements, and Parks 1 and 2 design. All of these things are so interconnected. And now we're making some key decisions around a bridge, which is aesthetically put the stairs on this side and not the other side. And I know the stairs are not part of this application, but can I put the stairs back on the other side? And would that change the design? And I need to move a pillar one direction or another. I don't know the answer to that. And so I feel like I need to be better prepared to be able to ask those questions, to get the answers in testimony, because my memory does not jive, and I can't actively engage, search through notes, watch old videos, because we received testimony tonight that is inconsistent with what I recall. So I'd like to see us continue this until the next meeting. And I know there may be unintended consequences with that too. But a couple-week continuance, I think, will not have the unintended consequence of approving an FDP 2 or 3 years ago, and now approving a design that is pretty significantly different.
Okay, thanks. Laura, then Sandy.
Sure. I mean, I'll keep my comments brief. I think I agree with almost everything that Kevin said. As far as the design goes, and I mean, I think one thing I just didn't get to say before is, this bridge was in the previous meeting, it was talked about as being iconic, and I think that word is one that I stuck on. I mean, this bridge is not iconic at all. It's serviceable. It's absolutely serviceable, and it matches the other bridge that is in close proximity, sure. But is it iconic? Absolutely not. And I mean, I understand that, you know, doing like a Saarinen Bridge, yeah, that's going to add a lot of money to it. So not asking for that, but I think we can do more than just say, hey, if you want to take out the flower pots, you can put some sculptures in there if you want to. That to me is not in keeping with what was discussed before.
Okay, thanks. Sandy?
Yeah, I think Laura hit a key word there in that, you know, we had talked all along about this bridge being an iconic part of downtown Superior and an iconic part of the connection of these two parks. I'm concerned because it sounds like, you know, there are some perceptions that we have compromised, changed the design in Parks 1 and 2, which is not my understanding. I mean, I have been going out and looking at it on while I'm sitting in this meeting, and I'm not getting the same message that, you know, there were some compromises made. So for me, I think it's really important that we continue and that we do have a good discussion on what's going to happen and what we think is going to be happening in Parks 1 and 2. I'm not opposed to the bridge, other than that I'm disappointed that it's a serviceable bridge, not a great looking bridge. You know, and it's consistent with our other bridges. But I do think the unintended consequences could come back and bite us in the butt if we have two different perceptions or two different concepts of what's happening in Parks 1 and 2. So I would like to continue, have the refresher on what we all believe is happening in Parks 1 and 2. And then once we do that, I feel comfortable talking about the bridge and probably approving the bridge, but not unless I have a good sense of what the impact of the changes everyone perceives have had on Parks 1 and 2. Because those are some really great park designs. And I already see some significant changes happening on those designs. And I don't think any of us were open to compromising.
Okay, thanks, Sandy. First, I'll thank Bill and the team and staff for getting this bridge design to us for review, especially during these trying times. It was a big lift to get this here. We've been asking for this bridge for a long time. When can this come to us? Can you get this to us sooner? Well, here it is. And I, for one, am happy that it's here. I'm happy with the design, and I'm happy to move it forward tonight. I'm not interested in continuing this. We're going to approve this bridge. I think we all know we're going to approve this bridge. It's just a question of whether we do it tonight or another night. And I think there's significant risk in this environment, especially with delaying things. If we had not approved this in December, we probably would not be here even talking about it. So, I mean, there are definitely risks that we don't know about to delaying things. And so we've got a design that it sounds like we're all happy with and happy to approve. So I'd like to go ahead and do that. You know, as far as Parks 1 and 2, these, to me, they're administrative issues that have come up from the flood district, from things that we don't have control over. This is not like somebody took out park benches and replaced them with picnic tables and we don't like that or something. These are just fundamental things that we can't, you know, yes, it might be great to have a better understanding of them, but they are what they are, and we're not going to be able to change a lot. I think we could ask more questions, but you know, we talk a great deal about how can we shorten meetings and how can we get things done more efficiently, and yet here we are. Let's continue it, and we've got a full docket ahead of us. So I would strongly suggest that let's move forward tonight. Any final comments?
I mean, I just want to point out, you know, we're saying that we're discussing things too long, but I feel like I've spent a lot of time tonight saying I'm not happy with the design. And so to then have this summarized as everyone seems happy with the design, there must be a disconnect, because I think Sandy and I just said we are not happy with the design. Sandy, I don't want to speak for you, but that's what I heard you say. So I want to make sure if we're saying, hey, these meetings are getting too long and there's no point in continuing to discuss, I want to discuss that maybe I'm not communicating properly, or maybe this isn't being heard.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe I misspoke about design preferences.
Yes, I would agree, Laura. I'm not thrilled with the design. I think it's just a boring bridge. And if it's not going to be iconic, I don't want to see any sacrifices made in the park. So I got to see both.
Okay, Matt, and then Mark.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as schedule-wise, if you guys are going down the path of continuing this, we have the Zaharias property FDP rezone replat next meeting on the 8th, so you probably don't want to do both of these on that night. So if you're going to continue it, I would suggest June 22nd. And then the other thing was we had the agreement with RC Superior on timing. And so what's in the agreement is approval of the FDP by the town on or before July 13th. So that was just the other thing I wanted to mention.
I mean, personally, I'd rather continue this to the next meeting. And if it means we have to continue Zaharias to the next meeting, then I'm okay with that. But if we get questions answered at the next meeting, it may not take us that long. But to delay it for a month doesn't seem fair to Bill either.
I agree with that approach.
Okay, Mark, did you have something or no?
No, I was going to bring up the fact that Zaharias was at the next meeting. So, I mean, that application won't take that long, so we could probably fit it in the same meeting. So.
Well,
I don't think that's, well, I don't think it's wise to push this forward for a number of reasons, but that's.
Well, let's put it to a vote. I will make a motion to continue this meeting, continue this FDP to our June 8th meeting.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by trustee Lish, second by trustee Hammerly. Discussion. All right, roll call vote. Phyllis, please.
It was Kevin going to say something there?
Procedurally for discussion, I despite the fact when I have shorter meetings, I want to have an exhaustive discussion and not have somebody make a motion until we've concluded that exhaustive discussion. Ken, I appreciate what you did. Now we have a motion and a second, and so now it's going to vote. And I don't want Clint or anybody that is supportive of this to feel like they just got out-motioned, because that's just not. This is a pretty highly functioning group, and I don't want to. And I don't think that was your intent, but that's why
I thought we had kind of run the course and we were trying to figure out how to move forward. So it's giving us a path forward. If there's further discussion, I'm happy to hear it.
I just have for further discussion on this application. I guess 2 points that I would raise are, I think it's totally fair for staff to provide, an updated kind of bullet list of here are the material changes that have changed in parks 1 and 2 from August of 2017 until the present, right? The Tesla application took some of the parking lot. Now the amphitheater apparently is not happening. The creek realignment is causing the real estate on the north side of the parks to be smaller and then larger on the south side, and just have a list of all those things, because I think that would be obviously important for us to know. But notwithstanding all of those points, I don't think that will necessarily affect whether it's appropriate to approve or deny this application, on its own. And then the second question is, to kind of Laura and Sandy's point is, are we okay with the aesthetics of the bridge application as it currently is? And I think what the mayor was suggesting was that we are, although Laura and Sandy obviously have suggested that that they're not. They don't love it. I don't particularly love it. I think that we could have done something, more architecturally interesting, but obviously that's going to come at a cost. And, this is not our money. So again, I don't know if that's necessarily for me, and I'm not speaking for the board here, but I don't know if that's necessarily enough. If somebody just brings an okay bridge to the board, and it's consistent with the PD, it's consistent with the town code. I don't think that the fact that it's not some architecturally amazing bridge is sufficient to get me to a no. I don't think that that's right, but maybe I'm wrong, and I'm open to hearing from my colleagues as to why I could be.
Okay, we currently have a motion and a second on the table to continue this item to the next meeting. If I'm remembering, if I heard that correctly, and we're in discussion about that, I will vote no on that because I thought I heard tonight at least 4 that said they would vote in favor of this, although everyone except for myself was also okay with continuing this. So with that, I believe we should move this forward tonight. That is.
Well, I think you got a motion and a second. Let's go roll call.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion to continue this agenda item?
We need a date certain, I believe.
Mayor, I just wanted to just reiterate again. I think we've kind of touched on this, but ultimately the decision, I just want the board to be kind of careful in terms of continuing and getting further information concerning the other park properties. Again, that can be background information, but ultimately the provision of the code is that the FDP is consistent with the PD plan. So in other words, any ultimate decision of approval or denial needs to be based on that, rather than kind of the background information that would be gathered, at a continued meeting. So I just wanted to kind of reiterate that to the board and just kind of point out that the board just needs to be careful in how they evaluate the evidence and kind of make the ultimate decision.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Do we have the date certain? Can someone confirm the date certain, Dan or Matt?
June 8th.
June 8th, okay. All right, Phyllis, go ahead with the roll call vote, please.
Folsom,
No.
Hammerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
No.
Lish,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skorzinski.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, motion passes, and we'll continue this at the next meeting. All right, next is discussion of the direction regarding fence color.
So, town maintains quite a bit of fence that abuts town right away, open space, greenbelt areas. We hired a contractor to repair and paint and stain these fence in town on a 4-year rotation. Includes wrought iron fences, wood fences, steel handrails that are throughout town. The Rock Creek, a majority of this is in the Rock Creek HOA area, and their covenants require a fence color to be Cabot Dune Gray. And over the years, this color has either through the formula change, chemical makeup, but it's changed from what the original color was intended to be in that's spelled out in the covenants of the HOA. So the contractor that the board approved back on February 24th, they've started painting, but just the wrought iron fence because that color's not in question. But as soon as June 1st, we're going to need the fence contractor to start painting the wood fences throughout town that are scheduled for this year. So the question for the board is, you know, the HOA has discussed it and I'm looking at a couple options, but the question for the board is what to do this year as part of our fence contract. Go with the existing color that we have been for the past number of years, go to the color that was intended and originally started out in the covenants, or some other alternative color that we may want to proceed with this year. So that's ultimately what staff needs direction on for this year.
All right, thanks, Matt. Mark, you seem to have a good bit of knowledge on this topic. You want to go next? And
Yeah, I've been going to lots of Rock Creek HOA meetings. It's interesting seeing how other bodies do things compared to the way we do things. So I attended the last Rock Creek HOA board meeting. Trustees Skrzynski and Lish were there as well. What the Rock Creek HOA said at that meeting was, so as everyone may recall, last year as part of the Rock On survey that the HOA conducted, they surveyed the entire membership of the HOA, had a fairly good response rate. I think it was something like at least 25%, maybe 30% of the entirety of the Rock Creek membership responded to that survey. And the survey dealt with a lot of different things, not just fence color, dealt with architectural changes, facade changes to houses, garage door colors, garage door, structural changes, things like that. But one of the things that they polled people about was, what do you think about the fence colors? And would you be supportive of a fence color change? And from my understanding, the majority of the respondents said that they weren't thrilled with the current color and would be supportive of a change in the fence color, and would be supportive of something more natural than the yellow Rock Creek color that we currently live with. So the board started discussing this about maybe a month and a half ago. They've had 2 meetings where they've talked about this, one a work session, one an actual meeting with the Rock Creek HOA board. They said that I guess they're going to be talking again this Thursday, and then they're hoping that they would have a decision on next steps by June 11th. Now, obviously that's after when we want to get our contractor going with respect to making a change. But right now what the HOA is kind of wrestling with is, and Matt was exactly right. So the HOA covenants do say that the color needs to be Cabot Dune Gray. The current color is not Cabot Dune Gray. So we are currently out of compliance with the HOA covenants. So the HOA board is trying to determine whether they want to, number one, keep the status quo and continue to paint things yellow, move back to something that's compliant with the covenants and go back to Cabot Dune Gray, or go to the membership and actually ask for an amendment to the covenants to allow the HOA board and the architectural committee to pick a different color. Now, the town here, we're not governed by the covenants, and at least I don't want to speak for everybody, but it sounded like in past meetings that it didn't seem like there was an overwhelming support for the current color as it currently sits with this yellow. So since we're spending $90,000 a year on this fencing contractor, I think it's appropriate for us to at least have the discussion as to whether or not we want to continue painting things the way they currently are, wait for the HOA, make a change on our own to something different than what we're currently living with, or try to give a little additional time to the HOA board to see if they can come back to us and make a recommendation as to what they would like us to see. Because if I understand it correctly, and Matt, keep me honest here, the town maintains something like 75% of the total fencing throughout Rock Creek. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah.
So, I mean, in terms of, making a change to the look and feel of the entire neighborhood, we're the path of least resistance to doing so, and we can make the greatest impact in the smallest amount of time. So, if people are supportive of making a change, I think we should, seriously consider doing so. We certainly don't want to, force the issue and make the HOA, unhappy with, a unilateral, color change and just, go with pink or something like that just because we can. But, if it's a chicken or the egg type thing and the HOA is kind of waiting on us to act and we're waiting on the HOA to act, at some point, somebody's got to act. Otherwise, we're just going to be stuck with the current color, which is not the end of the world. Everybody likes where they live, but it seems like if there's one thing that kind of unites all people who live in Rock Creek, it's their mutual dislike of the current fence color and questioning why we have this current peculiar fence color. So that's kind of my recap here. I mean, the HOA initiated the survey. They had the voice of the community, and it seems like the voice of the community is supportive of a change. So I think we should seriously consider making that change.
So after attending, Mark, thanks so much for that summary. After attending several of those Rock Creek HOAs myself, I have to really agree with Mark's summary in that it feels like everyone is waiting for someone else to go first with this and make the change. And I'd like to propose that we go ahead and make the change. I think the actual Cabot Dune Gray is a more neutral color than what we currently have. I think it is what is currently written in the covenants is this Cabot Dune Gray. From what I've heard at the Rock Creek HOA meetings, while there is some discussion around, do we, stick with the yellow, do we move to actual Cabot Dune Gray, or do we change it entirely? Changing it entirely is a very long and arduous process. It requires the majority of the HOA members to respond and approve the change. So not that the majority of respondents approve the change, but you actually have to get all the homeowners, not all, but you have to get the homeowners to approve it, which is really difficult. I mean, as Mark pointed out, the survey that was done this year had something like a 20% response rate, and that was considered fantastic because it's just really tough to get everyone to respond. So I think this mix up with the paint is the perfect opportunity to change from a color that seemingly most people don't like. I will confess I am not terribly bothered by it, but I do think that the true Cabot Dune Gray is more neutral. And in a worst case scenario, let's say we go with Cabot Dune Gray for our fencing and the Rock Creek HOA decides not to change, then okay, for 4 years, we have 2 colors of fencing in town. I hardly think that is the end of the world, particularly given that this is such a neutral color.
So I'll go, yeah,
Go ahead.
I've never once thought on my own, man, do I hate that paint color? But once people started pointing it out, I was like, yeah, it is a little pukey. Not a big fan. Mark, appreciate you doing the good work for it on this. And, it's a great story that just over time, due to science or formulary changes or whatever, the paint color actually changed. Well, I don't have a strong feeling about it. I do agree that somebody has to move. If we've got the lion's share of the fencing, and it's our expense, even though I've always questioned why it is, I'm down with doing what the covenants say, which is make the change to Dune Gray. I do think we need to be aware of a couple things. Number one, we're going to tick off a lot of people because a lot of people aren't going to want to change the color of their interior fence. They're going to want it to match. And so we're going to get a lot of feedback. And we've got a lot of things going on. Do we really want to get that kind of noise? And I'm fine with it personally. I just, my view. And secondly, there's going to be people that either can't do it or can't afford somebody else to do it. And so I just don't want people to be, I will not agree to any type of fine or even a nasty gram coming from the HOA to any homeowner who is not going to change their paint color in the next 12 to 18 months during a pandemic. If somebody's going through economic hardship or whatever else, I don't care. Outside of the fence is one color. The inside of the fence is the other color. I don't care. It'll make us unique. But I will not support this if the HOA sends a single letter or desires to find somebody. We need to give plenty of time, and I think it's 18 months to get this done. But besides that, thank you, fully supportive.
I think the only thing I'd add to that is I think the HOA piece of it is crucial. I have no interest in painting my fence anytime in the next 3 or 4 years. So I think we've got to be really careful. If I just put a fresh coat of paint on my fence and now I'm being asked to change the color because someone actually read the covenants properly, that's obviously for the HOA to manage. But I think we don't want to create those kinds of issues. I'm not concerned about multiple colors in town. I think Laura pointed this out. We have multiple colored lamps. We have different things. It's okay if we have, sort of a zebra looking town for some period of time. If the town assets get converted to Cabot Dune Gray sooner, fine. And then the HOA can deal with the rest of it on some 5 to 10 year plan. That's, better for me because the fences, we can't obligate people to paint when someone's been misreading the covenants for the last 25 years.
So my
So I
opinion,
just want to clarify, we don't have any jurisdiction over individual homeowner fence and HOA fines or anything like that. This is
No, I know.
purely just about.
Absolutely. And I think to Kevin's point, this is what makes this really hard, right? If the town goes in this direction and the HOA rolls out something that's, you got to change this in 24 months, we have a major problem.
So, and I think that's where we have to be careful here. The last thing I want this to be seen as is any type of hostile action by the town, forcing anybody's hand to do one way or the other. And we're talking about trying to force the hand of residents, but there's also, I don't want it to be portrayed as us trying to force the hand of the HOA board. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have this upcoming deadline of having to figure out what the paint color is, and we could actually have a sit-down conversation with the HOA board and figure this out in a reasonable fashion. Due to just deadlines with a contractor, that's not possible. But I will say that in listening to that HOA board meeting that I attended last week or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was, there was discussion around what does the implementation plan look like, and that is within their purview. And I don't want us to try to step on their toes and dictate to them how they should be governing the members of their HOA. That's not our place. I will say that I appreciate that they are actually taking the steps and the actions to have this conversation. I do support the transition to Cabot Dune Gray. I think I mentioned during our retreat at the beginning of this calendar year that one of the things I'm interested in is looking at the whole branding of our town. I think there's stuff we could be taking as well. I think there's parts of our town that look outdated. We've got the teal caps on some of our signs. We've got the gold lettering. I mean, there's things that enhance our brand and enhance our image, and that pays dividends for both homeowners' values and in attracting the types of businesses that might want to come here. So I think that's something that we can take steps for. But in the interim, I am absolutely supportive of moving forward with Cabot Dune Gray with our fence paint.
Can I just jump in for a second? I'm sorry, Sandy, go ahead.
I was going to say, I literally don't care. I mean, whatever you guys think, it doesn't impact the summit at Rock Creek. So, it feels to me like people who it impacts directly, it's more important. And I haven't heard from a single resident on it at all. So whatever you guys think is the right thing to do.
I appreciate that, Sandy. And Clint, I don't want to cut you off here. I was just going to make a suggestion. I'm pleased to hear that there's support for implementing a change. I do think that we should be partners with the HOA, and avoid unintended consequences and all that stuff. And we shouldn't be trying to force their hand. On the flip side, I would hope that they would want to be similarly respectful of us insofar as we maintain 75% of the fencing. We're paying $90,000 a year to paint that fence, and we don't want to just throw good money after bad and just waste a bunch of paint if they're planning on actually going forward with, supporting a fence color change. So I guess my proposal would be kind of in the interim, allow the HOA to, have their meeting, I guess, on June 11th. But maybe we could paint some sections of fence Cabot Dune gray and then let the community kind of react to it. And, if the community says, hey, this is actually a significant improvement, I think that would be good information for us to know. On the flip side, if they say, this color is atrocious, what are you doing? That also would be good to know, because I wouldn't want us to unilaterally just decide we're going to make a change here under the guise of saying, oh, well, we're helping all of you become consistent with the HOA if, the HOA itself is not necessarily, willing to do so. So I guess my recommendation would be, let's paint some large sections, fairly large sections so people can see what this color looks like for a period of time, allow the HOA to kind of get back to us. Hopefully everybody likes it. They gave us the green light. Then we know what to advise our contractor to do.
I'm not sure we'll be able to. Well, first of all, if we decide to go with the gray, it'll take us 4 years to update all the fence throughout town. So it's going to take us some time to change the color over, and it'll be a 4-year period. If we start if I'm not sure the contractor will have enough time to get through this year's section of fence if we delay too much longer. So just have to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion, and as a 23-year resident now, I don't remember any other color ever being used. I remember this being referred to as the Rock Creek fence color when you'd go to the hardware stores. It's a mystery to me how we have one color on the books but yet never used it. So sounds like a scandal to me. But anyway, I'm more inclined to wait a year and let there be more. I know that's not what you want to hear, Mark, but I think if we push it into this year's paint cycle, it's going to look exactly like we're just trying to ram our color down people's, without the HOA buy-in and without sufficient public. This is a multi-year process. I'm in no hurry to do it, so I guess I don't see any harm in waiting another year. But if the board wants to go a different direction, I'm kind of more in Sandy's camp on this one.
I think the test and learn approach that Mark mentioned, I think I definitely agree with Matt. I think it's going to be a little challenging to, buy a little bit of paint, paint some areas, then get feedback, and we're going to be, in November at that point. I almost think, to me, the test and learn is, why don't we do 1/4 of our fencing, meaning all of this year's fencing? Let's do it Dune gray. And in a worst case scenario, if everybody comes back and says they hate it, then we've got 1/4 of the fence Dune gray for 4 years, not the end of the world. I was down in Highlands Ranch to go to a doctor's office last week. And Highlands Ranch, which I know many people compare us to, guess what? They have multiple colors of fencing. And the only reason I noticed that is not because it looked like a zebra town, but because I was specifically staring at the fence thinking, which color of fencing do they have? Because our town is trying to figure this out. I think as long as you're not doing every other fence post a different color, you really don't tend to notice that much when the fence on one side of town is this color and the fence on the other side of town is that color. So I would propose the test and learn becomes, let's do all of our fencing this year in Dune gray. And then that gives the HOA an entire year to look at it, to get opinions, to decide if they want to require the rest of the community to go that route as well.
I think it's a good idea. I like that approach. Just do it. what's the worst case scenario? We get bad feedback, and for 4 years there's a gray fence instead of a puke green fence. Who cares?
Okay, anything further on fence color?
You got the guidance you need, Matt?
Yep, I think so. Thank you.
But I also just found a job for all the unemployed teenagers in town this summer.
Exactly.
So if the HOA can do this right and some entrepreneurial 15 and 16-year-olds get their act together, I'd happily pay somebody 20, 30 bucks to paint my fence.
Okay, we've covered that item. We're on to item number 8, which was item number 4, adoption of a resolution approving a sister city affiliation with Kanbari, Nepal. We've got 15 minutes left in the meeting. It's just not going to be enough to cover this agenda item, and I'm very disappointed by that because we've had our guests, presenters sitting here this entire time waiting for this, and now we're kind of out of time. So either we extend it or we continue it. What's the board's desire?
I'd like to get it done.
Agreed. I'd like to extend the meeting to finish this agenda item.
Okay, others? All right, can we have a motion to extend the meeting because we need to do so to extend the meeting?
I'll make a motion to extend tonight's meeting until latest of midnight to hear the presentation for the sister city.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. Second by Mayor Folsom. I'm seeing heads shaking. Phyllis, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Ryan?
You started with me?
Yes.
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Skwazinski?
No.
Lish?
Yes.
Lasis?
Yes.
Hammerly?
No.
Folsom?
Yes.
So that motion failed. Laura and Sandy, are you guys, I mean, who knows how long this could take? It could take 15 minutes, could take 20 or 30 minutes. Is there any leeway you guys are willing to give to the people who have sat on this meeting until almost 11 o'clock at night so we can finish this agenda item?
Completely understand. And, I think what Clint started with is we think that we can do this quickly. So if we want to extend the meeting till 11:15, sure, all for it. But, not an hour and 15 minutes.
Well, I would hope it's a quick presentation and discussion, but seeing how other discussions have gone tonight, I'm not hopeful that we're going to get this done in 30 minutes. So, and we've now chewed up 5 minutes talking about whether to extend it. So we had to have a unanimous vote to extend it. We did not. So unfortunately, we're going to have to just continue this item till the next meeting. And Mr. Shrosna and team, I sincerely
Well, we could try a motion to extend to 11:30.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Laura. I'll go to 11:15. But if this is going to drag out, no.
Move to extend to 11:15.
Second.
All right, Phyllis, could you roll call vote that, please?
Could you say who made the motion and who seconded?
Mayor Pro Tem Lasis and Trustee Lish seconded it to extend to 11:15.
Okay. Lasis?
Yes.
Hammerly?
Yes.
Folsom?
Yes.
Lish?
Yes.
Ryan?
Yes.
Shaw?
Yes.
Kwasinski?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, very good. We are back on track. I'd like to bring in Mr. Shrezna, if you could activate your video at this time, and then Martin, if you could bring up the presentation slides, and Mr. Shrezna, you could just give a brief introduction over those slides for 5 minutes. Okay, Narayan, if you unmute your microphone, bottom left of the screen. Okay,
Are you
go
there?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, all of you trustees of Superior. And we waited for so long, and everybody is. I hope my board members are still waiting in the floor and at home. But anyway, I'm very much pleased to be here and listening all of your conversation. You guys work very, very hard, but making sure that we are in the time limit right now here, I want to make sure that I want to make it brief. Boulder and Kathmandu sister city, we started 2.5 years ago, and this is going well. And also that my presentation was based on the experience I have gathered in my life, that I have served a board, sister city board, Boulder and Jalapa sister city, and I led this team of people from Boulder to Kathmandu last September as a sister city invited by Mayor of Kathmandu. Similarly, with the mayor's delegation went from Boulder to Lhasa. 2008, I represented with them, and mayor delegation to Jalapa also. I went with them. But in the meantime, interest grew so much from the town that I was born in Cadbury. At the age of 24, I left that town and I was here in Colorado in 1977. With the interest of so much of the people from this Colorado and city of Boulder and Boulder County, traveling to Nepal and Nepali to coming over here living, and Colorado alone has over 20,000 Nepali people living, and Boulder County has over 1,000 people. And with all that interest, and I became the actually pioneer to invent Colorado for Nepalese in '77. Right now, with the enormous amount of Nepalese are living in Colorado, and I made this place is my home. And in 1986, just 2 more minutes, 1986, I led Boulderites, 14 of them, to my hometown. That time, that town was nothing, no electricity, no roads, nothing was there. And very first of our hiking up to the Himalayas, I twisted my ankle, and the lunch hour, a lady comes with a 13-year-old child and said that, "Brother, do you have a doctor in your group?" And thank God I had Dr. Frank and his wife, midwife, nurse, with us, and 2 loads of, quarter loads of medicines with us. And then I said, "Yes, we have." And the 13-year-old child, she presents to me, and I saw his face was swollen with the stick going through the cheek, and 8 days worth of old wound he was carrying, and swelling face. And he could not eat anything else, a smelly, filthy thing. And Dr. Frank looked at him, and he said that he will open it if parents would not do anything else, if he dies in any case. And I translated that, and parents said that, well, he's gonna die anyway, so let's take a chance. Took 5 of us to hold his head and legs and arms, pocket knife we used, and opened his face and sutured it, and we saved his life. But following day, a lady carrying a 5-year-old daughter coming down the hill, we're going uphill, 45 porters and 14 of us walking up to the hill. The lady asked me, same way, do you have a doctor in your group? I said, yes. Dr. Frank looks at the basket that the 5-year-old daughter was carried by the mother, and Dr. Frank said, Narayan, the girl is dead. 3 hours ago, the mother doesn't know. I am not gonna tell, you tell her. That moment, I had to break that silence to her mother. And in the middle of the jungle and the uphill and the valley and the mountains, the cry of the mother was so sad that whole mountains echoed through to my ear and heart. And that moment I said, I will do something for these people and this country. 1986, I came back. I collected 19 doctors, nurses, surgeons back to that village, 1988, with 8,000 books and 4,000 pencils and 4,000 pairs of eyeglasses, and 19 doctors and surgeons, nurses went to my village, Nepal, Khatbari, and 10,000 people showed up, only 3,000 we saw in 10 days. And then 7,000 we could not see. And I promised myself, I gotta do more. And later on, this town, Khatbari, started receiving from us, from Colorado, from Boulder, so many trips down there that so far 400 medical camps I have set up there, and over 2 million people thus far is served. So this kind of a thing that made possible by local Boulderites, local Boulder County, the Coloradans, I have tremendous support, and I call this as my home now. And I say that no matter COVID-19 comes around and goes around, it doesn't matter. We as a people together, we must make this happen, regardless of the thing that what happened in our life, whatever we do. One thing we gotta remember, that we must continue to help each other and expand our horizon to reach out to the people and make human life together as a best people, best human, and living together in this planet. And that's why I'm trying to make this happen with the experience that I collected over the years. And I am getting older, as we all, but I have in my board panel, I have young generations that a couple of them were born in the city together with my children. They went from kindergarten all the way to college together. These 2 young people, as a citizen of Superior, are going to be in my board. And then one friend who lives in Boulder or somewhere, Thomas, and another one in Boulder. And we have a panel of group that young generation, after I established this corporation, this organization as a sister city, I will give all the authority for them to run, and I will be in the backstage if they need any help or guidance from me. And this is the school in 1988 when I went over there with the 8,000 books and 4,000 pencils. The Cherry Creek Elementary School donated that in 1988. A teacher went over there. I opened the school with 2 rooms, 35 students and 2 teachers. Now with that, you saw the picture earlier, that is a school, 18 buildings and 80 acres of land we have now in that town, because of the presence I had in Boulder County. And the people in Boulder, they supported wholeheartedly to do that. Of course, all the money that I raised and earned from the businesses over the years, I poured over there to support the poor. And there are 900 students and 400 of them are getting free scholarship. And two of my board members, Zach and Matt, they've been there to teach 5 months at a time. And they are in the floor, I believe, waiting to say a few words towards this. And I don't have much to say. If you have any concern and questions, I will leave it up to the question and answer later. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. And hopefully we can do this. And these kids, you can see the Frisbee. Matt took 55 Frisbee and taught over there. They had no idea what his Frisbee is all about. These are the kind of things. The Montessori school, that classroom you saw over there, that Evergreen Montessori School provided their teachers, parents, and students went over there, 23 of them in 2.5 years ago. They set up that one because I got a lot of support from the Evergreen and the Boulder County buying the materials, and I shipped it in 40-foot containers to that village, and they went and set up for me. And it is the kind of a thing I'm talking about. Superior Elementary School started the scholarship and Pen Pal program in 1999 and 2000. We started that program. I am working so hard to make things possible for all of us and making our city a proud place to live. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Narayan, for that introduction.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, are there any of your board members in the attendees section, if you'd like to add a few comments, just signal by raising your hand and we'll call on you. Let's go with Zach and then Thomas.
Howdy, can y'all hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Zach.
Awesome. Yeah, I just want to echo what Narayan said. Thank you all for your time and extending it so we have a chance to talk. To add on to what Narayan has already mentioned, I do think it's worth bringing up that there's very deep roots between Superior and Kanbari already established. We've had multiple people from Kanbari come out and live here and spend time out here. We've had multiple people go over there. When I was there for 5 months. It was right after I graduated from CU and before I started teaching down in Boulder for a year. So I was super excited to be able to go and spend time in a school and see how he's changing the just approach to schooling out there and see how it's benefiting the community. And then I also saw pictures of my teachers from Superior Elementary on the walls there. I saw the books that literally my family had given them with the messages that we wrote to them still in their library. I know that it might seem like kind of a weird place to try to build this relationship and try to get this kind of sister city going. But I think it is worth mentioning that there's already very deep roots that have been established. And I think there's a lot of people in both locations who would be really excited to see this come to fruition.
Clint, you were muted.
I'm sorry, Thomas, go ahead. You're up next.
Hi, everybody. This is Thomas Apple again. We spoke briefly a few weeks ago when we first brought this up. Thanks for the time this evening, and I will keep it brief as well. So yeah, the Sister City Relationship is a simple yet profound program. I believe it has the ability to enhance educational opportunities for local communities involved. This can be anything from shared cultural experience through Pen Pal programs that have been established in the past with Superior Elementary and the Surya School in Kadbari, which is a place that I was fortunate enough to visit after being invited by Narayan. There's other student exchange programs like that Zach and Matt have experienced in teaching the local student population in Kadbari and being superior locals and residents. There's opportunities to share cultural happenings and what happens in each individual classrooms, which just I believe is an important educational opportunity for students that we could provide in the town of Superior that other local communities might not have that opportunity. Additionally, the community of Superior adults will benefit through events and fundraising opportunities that can enhance cultural experience within their own community. These events could promote cross-cultural understanding through sharing dance, music, and food traditions of the vibrant and unique culture that Narayan has to offer in Kadbari. I know there is some concern financially from the town and the board, but I'm here to let everybody know and that financially the town and the board of trustees, all of yourselves, would hold no responsibility in the fundraising or the managing of the money, unless of course you guys were interested. All fundraising would be handled by the board with no request for additional funding from the town. Narayan, like he mentioned, is working closely with us in order to share any information that we would need to know. We've all been working closely together for us to manage this properly and us to manage all of the fundraising and all of the events that would occur should he decide to eventually retire, as he's been working very hard and diligently to make these types of relationships happen for over 30 years. Narayan's selfless acts have resulted in positive, life-changing experience for thousands of people in the Superior and Boulder County area, including myself. And I would just like to bring that type of opportunity and experience to my county, and I think people that could benefit in Superior. So thanks again for the time, and I appreciate it, and hopefully we can have a positive result of this potential opportunity.
Okay, thanks, Thomas. I've got Matt Bubernick. If you could do like 2 minutes, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep this super brief. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So I'm Matt. I grew up in Superior, and in the last meeting, described some of my experiences being part of the Pen Pal program, and then, of course, being involved with trips to Kadbari. But I really just want to echo the general sentiment of Zach and Thomas. Admittedly, this is a pretty fundamentally different issue than a lot of the other ones that I think were brought up and discussed tonight. But I think the Sister City framework presents a really interesting opportunity for the town to establish cultural connections. It is really rare to already have a town on the other side of the planet that has such deep connections to our own city. And on top of that, with Narayan, I think we have an invaluable resource that has the experience and guidance to make this, help us make this effort successful. So I think it was an awesome step in establishing the framework for a Sister City program. And if it's going to happen, I think that this is the city to do it in. So I hope that we can make this happen.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, we're back to the board. Questions, comments?
A single question. Thanks. I'm going to keep it very short. We already have the connections. Given that the connections are already there, and it feels like there is this city on the other side of the world that somehow knows us, and there are residents, former residents there that are now with us, and the Pen Pal program. Why do we need to elevate this or promote this into a sister city status? What will that do?
To strengthen even more that support that what we have already. And for example, officially, if we have that recognition, then other city, other parts of the country will also learn from us. It's kind of a guidance. And also officially, when we have this kind of relationship, it is always better to prove that the students or teachers or travelers or businessmen and all that, it is kind of support and more friendly approach.
Thank you.
I don't know what you are actually looking at, but that's officially we can establish this friendship.
Thank you.
I have two questions. One for staff. Matt, has anybody on our team had any contact directly with any officials in Canbari's government?
No.
And Mr. Shrestha, in trying to do some research and better understand some of the stuff you laid out in your outline of the project, you mentioned another nonprofit, Helping Hands Health Education. I went back and did some research on the nonprofit and pulled the most recent tax filing, which was from 2017. Can you help me understand why there was a $95,000 loss and why that nonprofit it has a negative assets?
Okay, that's a good one. You research and you must understand, everybody has to understand about this. It has been running for over 27 years. And most of the money we raise in our organization, that one doesn't have anybody paid employees, including myself, including my travel expenses. Everything is paid by Japanese organization separately. So we don't do anything. Whatever money we raise, that goes to invest to the betterment of the people of Nepal, Nicaragua, which we have 10 acres worth of land, and the couple buildings in Nicaragua also with high school there. And in Nepal, we have not only that big, large high school, but also a 100-bed hospital we run in Kathmandu, and also a few clinics around the country in the mountain villages. So there are expenses all the time. So whenever there is a need, I jump around and just go ahead and ask the board, and we pay it anyway. And that is why it is a nonprofit. We don't make any salary benefited to anybody. There are a couple of hundred people continuously that donate, and there are people that put their will also in our name, Helping Hands name. People have traveled. Those people who donate, they go and see in the site with us. And these are the reason overly we spend like every month we have 2-3 days worth of clinical work in the far out where people do not have any other means to get well. Okay? These are the reasons you see that it's really burden. We have so much to give.
Thank you.
Narayan, sorry to interrupt. We've got 2 minutes left in our meeting, and we're either going to need a motion to extend this meeting or a motion to approve the resolution. So I apologize to those who've not spoken. We just are running out of time. So would someone like to make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting for another 15 minutes.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Lish, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. Phyllis, roll call vote, please.
Hemmerly? Hemmerly?
No.
Lasis?
Yes.
Lish?
Yes.
Ryan?
No.
Shaw?
Yes.
Kwasinski?
No.
Folsom?
Yes. Okay, unfortunately, the motion fails because it must be a unanimous vote to extend the meeting, so we are out of time in 1 minute. So Mr. Shrestha and team, apologies for not being able to finish this tonight. We will carry it over and continue it at our first meeting in June. So we appreciate your time tonight, and we'll
Thank you.
unfortunately have to
Could I ask for one additional thing? At the last time we had a discussion on this, we asked for a sample sister cities agreement. I did try to go out and look at it to get one off their website, and I couldn't do it. This computer blocked it. So Matt, if you could do a little work before we bring this up again and try and get a sample agreement, I'd appreciate it.
I would also like to note that the last time we discussed this, I specifically said I wanted us to add to the policy that we will not fund visits for delegates of one city to another. We voted on it with that understanding, and that is still nowhere in the policy. That needs to be added.
Okay, we are out of time, and unfortunately,
Okay.
have to adjourn.
Have a good evening.
Good night.